All right, I think this should be working this time. Hopefully that's the plan. Hopefully we have OTP up and I think this is working. Can people hear us?
Hello.
I was gonna say, Isidafo is being silent, which is a good
Yeah, I
way
haven't
to
talked, so
make
you
it so
shouldn't
we
hear
can't
me. But
tell
now,
if we
now,
can hear
now,
you.
now, hopefully you can hear me.
It's like one of those Verizon commercials,
Right.
All right, unfortunately they can hear us, so we're gonna have to.
Yeah. The talking and stuff.
All right, good. Sorry about that. It turned out OBS was having problems because I made the mistake of trying to export the previous video to YouTube at the same time, and yeah. So problem solved. Um, so good. Hopefully people had a good, uneventful week. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing to talk about at all, so we just launched straight into suckball.
yeah. Um, all right. So I guess there are a few things we probably should mention up front. Ooh, should
Fun
we go
stuff
emote
happened.
only?
Oh goodness.
I don't know. You want to go first, or should I?
Um, I don't know. Um, I mean, I guess maybe the way that I'd started is to say that I don't know that it would have been possible to have a week that I think would have been. Well, I shouldn't say that because it's always possible. But like,
There
I
is no
agree with
possible.
almost nothing. I agree with almost nothing that's happened in the past week. Um,
Yeah.
I think the only thing which I liked was that the PTCS formats were slightly better in that they don't use all the same low cap cards everywhere. But not the drafts, because the drafts are super, super, super coin flippy. And yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I was gonna say something nice about the card art, but actually, as much as I make a joke about, oh, the card art's nice, I actually don't like some of the card art this week
I
either.
would say I did not
The highest
know.
card art's not bad.
I didn't know that Pittsburgh Pirates logo. So that was I learned something.
That's true.
Um,
Yeah, I don't think I had seen that logo before.
um, yeah. In fact, I think if someone had shown that to me, I'm guessing I wouldn't have guessed the Pirates
No, because the B stands
first.
out more than the P and the C, right?
Yeah, I think I would have guessed the Braves probably. Um, but I
It's
guess
also a
not.
funny choice because the card, I guess, was
Maybe the Dodgers
available for
even.
3 years, and they only had this logo for one of the 3 years.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's an interesting logo in any case. I mean, I guess it's like Pittsburgh Baseball Club, right? That's
Yeah, I think
I
so.
assume what those letters are supposed to be, but
But somehow the B stands out more than the other two.
much more, yeah. I mean, it's also the background. It's kind of red, and his shirt's kind of orangish, and
Right. So it sounds about right. Um, yeah, so okay. So that card art I thought was fine.
yeah. It is. I definitely, a bit disappointing to get the Felix Hernandez perfect game card without the, pose. I assume it's some rights issue, but yeah, it would have been a good thing to put on that card, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
But I think also
um,
just, so some of these, like, this, I like the card art. You kind of have the picture.
yeah, and the Delgado also had the picture, right? I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me see. I think, yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. And I think that kind of works well. Um, but then, some of the, okay, like for example, like this David Price, I don't think this is actually an attractive card, like
It's funny. I mean, this
visually.
has been the design of these like modern era perfect since what 2 cycles ago. It
Yeah.
hasn't really changed at all. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's sort of two different styles of card art in this game. There's like the logo focused ones and the player silhouette kind of focused ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I generally like the kind of player silhouette ones a bit better than the logo focused ones, I think.
Yeah. But I think if you're actually going to talk about the card art, you know, there's some really cool stuff, but I don't think it's like 100% excellent.
Well, yeah, I mean, nothing, on the whole, I don't have complaints in that department. It's, I think, mostly pretty good.
Well,
Um,
I'm really not playing the game for the card art either way. That's not the
no,
part of
I'm
it I
not
enjoy
either.
the most. So,
Yeah.
um,
But yeah, I mean, I think in general, I would try to sort of move away from the just
yeah,
big
but I think if
logo and
you're,
nothing else.
I think if you're going to talk, make a point of talking about the card art, then, uh, I don't think the card art is like 100%. Uh, yeah.
Uh, no, you need to watch
Burner
102.
guy, I will happily sell you a Hannes. I think you can get one for like 4 or 5K, right?
Goes up to 6K. Wow.
6K. You know what? I bet, given all this sell pressure, I bet if you put in a bid of like 4,500, I bet you'll get one.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah, I bet. I mean, live mission rewards, it's funny. Usually live mission rewards go to quick sell immediately. And this cycle they haven't because we don't have any new players. So there's no one doing the live missions anymore.
Yeah. By the way, this logo, on the other hand, is just wrong. So this is a Pirates logo that they used from 1934 to 57.
I still have never understood why the quotation marks are there.
Uh, now I'm missing the
Oh, the fact bigger than the Hannes, like I don't know what's a pirate from that era.
where. Sorry, where are the
Uh,
quotation mark? Oh, sorry.
or-
Oh, I see. Yeah.
yeah, I don't. I'd like. I mean, saying the name below the logo, like look at the Max Carry for example. That's probably the biggest version of the logo in the game, the LE Max Carry,
Oh, yeah.
or that one. That works too. Yeah, but it's like, I mean, putting the name below it is weird enough. But what's up with the quotation marks? Like,
Yeah, and
I
that
don't
was
get
their
it.
real logo. But again, it's not the logo for the 1921 Pirates. So it's actually the wrong logo.
Yeah, they had this like it was like that blue P, right? That was what they had for a long time. That's the
Yeah.
one I know from the old pirates, at least.
Yep. They apparently had like a weird colorized version of this pirate for 2 years also,
Huh.
like in 58 and 59. And then the pirate started getting an eye patch, and then, yeah.
And now they just have this sort of
And then in
yellow P,
1987,
right?
the pirate got a mustache? I don't know.
The pirate has been through many trials and tribulations
Yeah, then okay, the
apparently over the years.
1960 to 67 pirate had earrings, it looks like.
Oh wow, it's quite a
Yeah, there have been
change.
a lot of different pirates.
Oh yeah, this one. This it's like the cartoony one, right? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
That
Here,
one now.
I can put a link in the chat. Um, so yeah, actually, I think, if you want to talk about the card art, uh,
No, I didn't. I didn't realize they had more than one version of this blue pea.
yeah, it
They
looks
had like
like it.
four different versions of it. Huh.
And then they had this red P that now I would have said looks like a Paw Sox logo or almost.
Yeah, or some kind of weird Phillies logo, maybe.
Yeah, that's always like a rounded P though. I think that's always
Yeah, it's
been
true.
round. Maybe it hasn't always been rounded.
I mean, they had the Phillies used to have that like gold medallion kind of thing.
Oh, that's right. Actually, I
Um,
actually kind of like the concept of that one Liberty Bell thing they did. It didn't quite work, you know?
hmm,
Like the current version is closer, but like, yeah.
yeah,
And then there's the Fight in Phillies one, which where the guy's sliding into a base.
yeah. I'm looking at that now.
That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, well, this was weren't they actually renaming the Blue Jays at some point, or was that a
I think it was a
different
merger. I think it was like a merger
merger?
type
Okay.
thing during World War II.
Yeah,
Phil and Phyllis. Oh, the two Quakers like with the baseball bat.
yeah. That's another.
Yeah. I mean, I also do kind of like the late 80s one just because it was sort of a unique color. Like there wasn't anyone else in baseball that did that color, you know? Like I always feel like that's really good branding in the same way that I guess they've sort of, I don't know why they got away from it, but there was a point that the Padres just had sort of this unique color that nobody else in baseball had, right? And
Yeah, I
they
mean they have they sort of gone back to the brown a bit now, right?
a little, yeah.
Um,
When you Google Padres uniforms, the first Google response is, "Why are the Padres wearing those uniforms?" That's probably not what you want to come up, is it?
yeah, probably not.
Um, but yeah, I mean, I actually kind of liked the idea that, just from the color alone, you kind of immediately knew the team and stuff. That felt like good branding.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Um, but, we somehow got off topic, didn't we?
How did we ever manage to do that?
I know. Um, anyway, you were in the middle of, yeah.
Um, well, I mean, I don't know what the best way to go about this is. Um, I don't know where does it make sense to start?
So maybe I should say, we often in these intros we have kind of a long discussion about some of the choices that are being made, and I think we've chosen to do that for a few reasons. But maybe the big one is that we're sort of hoping that the game will go in a direction that we think is productive.
So that we enjoy at least. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
Um, and I think, you know, from the combination of this big rollout Monday and then the choices that were made and announced, I think it's pretty clear that that's not going to happen.
well, I mean, I think yeah, there were sort of I think two different things on Monday or this week that I sort of similar, maybe separate. So the first is that we had this big refresh and new tournament cards and whatever. And the second was the PTCS cards and other, the mission program and these other packables. So, it felt like the tournament refresh and new tournament cards were intended to sort of, let's say, kind of revitalize tournaments, right? Everyone had been noticing, tournaments have been slow to fill and stuff was firing days late. And Kidney says, and you're talking about turn double play because he just wants to bother me all the time. No, I'm kidding. I agree with you, Kidney. I like turn double play, I think, more than most people. Just not at third base.
Wait, I gotta ask, Kidneys, are you a middle infielder? I know you're saying you were having, like shoulder issues and elbow issues and stuff. So are you now a middle infielder? Is that why you've gotten to be turn double play heavy?
See, there's the problem. Kidneys didn't have enough turn double play when he was playing. That was the issue.
Or is Kidneys just left-handed?
I'm guessing he wouldn't even tried if he was left-handed, but that would make you a lot worse at second base if you're left-handed.
Yeah, I've had to play second base this season, and it's really hard. Like
Yeah,
even having played a lot of shortstop, the switch to second base is really hard, and like I just have so much more respect even now for the people that play both positions.
yeah. It does seem like the difference between second and third or second and short is a lot bigger than between like left and right, for example.
Yeah, it reminds me of how I've never done this, but you hear people in football talk about like the difference between moving from left tackle to right tackle or something. And
Yeah,
I feel like maybe it's that kind of thing.
yeah. It's always has always been sort of interesting to me that like offensive linemen in football are thought about as like interior versus exterior defensive linemen instead of left side or right side linemen because it's like it doesn't seem to me to be obvious that either one is a more sensible grouping.
Well, because I guess they move them around because like if you have a left-handed quarterback, then the right tackle is more important than the left tackle.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing in football is that like it's very easy for the defenders to switch which sides they're on, but the offensive players cannot easily switch which sides they're on once the play is sort of about to start.
Yeah.
So that's sort of, I guess it's more static. Yeah.
I think that's right. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Off track again, of course,
All
like usual. That was his kidneys' fault. We'll blame kidneys.
right.
Um, um, yeah, I mean, I wasn't especially hopeful about this sort of attempt to revitalize tournaments. Um, and I think we can now pretty conclusively state after almost a week of it that well, it hasn't really worked. The tournaments are firing at pretty much the same rate as they were before. There's still stuff that's taking forever to fill because people don't have the cards for it or they don't like it or whatever. Um, it's it's been sort of a pretty much complete failure. The reward structures for the tournaments are weird. There's some tournaments that reward 30 standard packs, which like nobody enters because you can't even open the packs if you win them. It's also worth way less. The whole thing is just a mishmash of.
Except there's no mishmash. There's a hodgepodge. It's a hodgepodge.
It's a hodgepodge, right? Yeah. No, I mean it's just it's kind of a mess, and I don't see any reason to think it will improve. Um, yeah, I mean, I have built more rosters as a result because I had to. Some of the formats were kind of okay to build. I haven't liked any of the new drafts
No, so yeah,
myself. They all,
so am I, I think it's good to know that there are some people that do really like the new perfect drafts. I dislike them pretty much universally. Um, and I wonder if it's for the same reasons you like it or different reasons. Um, you know,
yeah.
in
I
other
mean, the
words,
thing with
the biggest thing I want in a draft is I want something that's going to be a skill-based format. And a lot of the new drafts kind of are much luck heavier than even the previous draft formats.
yes, I mean, in particular the hitter first one and the nearly perfect ones are just hugely random.
I think
But
hitter
most of them,
first, there's one little skill idea that's important.
yeah,
Uh, it's a
take
weird
two-way
skill
pitches if you
idea.
see them. I don't know. I did like the sort of one where the rounds are out of order, and like I know people are saying some people found that made them do the draft differently. I didn't really. I still just when I got the iron round, I tried to take a couple pitchers and some flexible hitters like I would have otherwise at the end of the
I think
draft.
it probably makes
It
you
didn't
draft very
really change a
slightly
huge amount to
differently.
me.
So Sorum, the problem is that it's not, I mean, it's one thing if the values change, but the problem is that they sort of don't end up changing in, uh, they don't end up changing in kind of a way that requires a lot of skill. In other words, you can be perfect at valuing positions and figure all of these things out, but if you get the wrong card draw, it doesn't matter. And when you're doing something like pick 3 out of 8 cards, then, I mean, currently in the player pool, there's a big gap between the good cards and the bad cards. As the season goes on, this is going to be increasingly true because that's the nature of power creep in a game like this. And the more you end up at pick 3 out of 8, the more the answer ends up being, well, you might have tried to do something where you have to value positions differently, but really that only matters if you have something that's approaching a close decision. And
Right.
what really decides whether you did well in the draft is when you had to pick 3 out of 8 perfects, were you able to find 3 perfects that were released in the last month or not? That's just what determines whether you win. If you did and you make bad positional choices, you're still ahead of the person that makes great positional choices and only got one modern perfect. And
Right.
so
Like I mean,
that so that's what I'm saying. I think you could have designed these formats where you did get the different positional values and you did think about different aspects, but you also included a skill factor because if you've actually done a good job at figuring out how to evaluate cards and how to make good positional decisions, what you want is you want to kind of take that and turn it into, oh, and this gives me a better chance to win, right? In other words, ultimately, you want the way the game to work to be that the decisions that you make have real consequences. And when you have a low skill draft format, what it really means is your decisions don't have consequences because they're dwarfed by kind of just whether you got one of the newly released cards at the right time. You
right. I
know,
mean, so like I did one of these. I forget what they're calling them. The ones where you get catcher first, second, in order. And I
yeah,
got my round of left fielders. I got 6 high diamonds, all of which were like launch or close to launch.
right.
Okay, it doesn't matter how great I did at picking the right card, I lose. Because I have no way to get another left fielder because I get to pick one left fielder this tournament the way it's designed. That's my left fielder.
Right.
Like,
Or for example, for the hitter first one, the biggest issue with the hitter first one is that in that format, 12 pitchers is not enough. So the way you win that format is by stealing a 13th and ideally even a 14th pitcher by finding a two-way player. And it's correct to take a bad two-way player almost always in that format over a really good one-way player on the hitter side. I mean, on the pitcher side,
yeah,
you're fine. You have plenty of hitting. Um, and you can entirely understand that and simply never be offered any two-way players, and you lose to the people that were offered two-way players. And it doesn't matter whether you've correctly evaluated what's happening and understood the way the game works and picked the right players. you simply run out of pitches before your opponent, and then you lose. Uh, and you don't have a solution to that because you never had the option to take a 13th pitcher.
Right. And I
So
mean, I'd say like
that's the
I don't
problem with a lot of these formats is
no,
that
and
basically, yeah,
I don't think there's anything. Also, I say I don't think there's anything wrong with enjoying formats with more luck, right? Like, there's nothing. It's not the way I want to play, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We've had these rocking chair formats in now for, basically since the second half of last cycle. Those are also pretty luck heavy. I don't really enjoy them much, but clearly enough, people did because they keep bringing them back and they keep filling up.
I'll admit I play them because a lot of really weak players play them and they're easy points.
Yes, so I do too. But I don't. I don't play them because I enjoy playing them. I play them because they're good ways to get PTCS points.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um, but but I think really, at least, you know, I'm especially with drafts where there's no, it's not like a higher or lower luck draft is going to lead to any kind of competitive advantage for any particular person entering, right? Everyone, when you click enter, you have the same chance to win as any other person who clicked enter. Um, so in some sense, I think it's okay to kind of put formats that are higher or lower variance there because, at the very least, you're not creating sort of competitive imbalances in the way that you could in a tournament. But I'd still like to see attempts at some higher skill ones. I would find them interesting.
Right. Yeah, I think you could design one pretty well.
Um, but yeah, I mean, in regards to the sort of tournament formats, the whole combinator caps and no chemistry and some chemistry. I mean, I don't know. It's the ones where you can't play all your combinators have created a lot of pretty obvious stresses on the system where, if you're trying to feed the cards, the combinators, it doesn't work because you can't tell which ones are on rosters or not. You have to you can't do the no duplicates thing anymore, so your card list gets to be just like enormous and you can't even find the cards you want to put on the roster. It's clear that no one actually tried to build one of these.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
or at least, not someone who actually plays tournaments regularly tried to build one of these. Which is, I think, kind of what we've been saying for quite a while now. It seems like there isn't a lot of, testing or
Well, you need to involve,
understanding of
if you want to know how skilled players are going to interact with an idea, you have to involve skilled players. They either have to be internally part of your team or externally people you ask before releasing things. But, you know, um, I mean, that's the deal. So how would you have a high skilled draft? I think there are a few things you could try. Uh, so one of them would be, sort of having more cards in the card pool. So let me give you an example of something which I think would be a simple enough change to the current pool, but would solve the problem. Okay? Just as a way of increasing skill. Let's say you had exactly the same sort of draft format. You have a perfect round, high diamond round, etc., right? But the way it actually works is you start in the round, let's say for the perfect round, instead of being given 6 cards, you're initially given, 3 cards, okay? And your choices are pick one of the 3 cards or ask for 3 more. Again, if you do that, pick one of those 6 cards or ask for 3 more. And of course, any cards that you use at the beginning are fewer cards that you're going to get at the end. But basically, you can decide sort of when have I found a good enough set at this level that it's worth going on to the next level, or is it worth using up sort of other resources to get a better one? That's one thing you could try.
Sure. Work.
Another thing you could try is, again, without an enormous change to what's going on, one way that you would increase the skill, I think, would be you get to look at all 13 rounds before you start picking cards.
Yeah, I mean, it would, it would lead to some similar looking rosters, but yeah, I mean, it would certainly.
Well, it could still be that
Oh,
not
not
everybody
duplicate.
had,
I mean,
everyone might have a different set of 13
oh,
rounds.
sure. Yeah,
But
that
just
would
the
be much
idea
higher
that
skill.
sort of, and or maybe even, or even just the ability to look at a round and say, I'm going to pass on this round and take an extra card from the next round. Or maybe you get to look at all 13 rounds, but at the end of all 13 rounds, what you have is a PT Live style, pick the cards you want, but you can have two perfects or you can turn one of them into a diamond type of thing.
Yeah.
So
I
I
mean,
think
there's
there are
other
simple
ways that,
things you could do where there basically things where there are ways to make a decision to get around a draw that didn't fit what you were trying to do.
sure. I mean, also, you could sort of have formats that are restricted to all cards released around a similar time. So at least the power level isn't super wildly all over the place.
Sure,
Um,
yeah.
you know,
Yeah, what if you and if you're able to use the data, I think you could do something even better, right? So for
yeah,
example, if you're able to use data, then what you might do is you might take the data on what cards are actually being drafted. And then basically essentially say something like, instead of a random draw of 6 perfects, you're going to get a random draw of 2 perfects that are in the highly drafted category, 2 that are in the moderately drafted category, 2 that are in the uncommonly drafted category, or something like that.
yeah, yeah. So I think there's a lot of things that this game could take from Magic in terms of draft formats or sealed formats or things like that. Um, it definitely requires some you know implementation of those features,
Right.
but I
But
think
the
yeah,
but
they
the, I
would.
mean the magic equivalent of this would be basically saying that you're going to play like your high stakes tournaments by telling the best players in the world come together and basically open a bunch of random card packs and just you have to assemble your deck entirely from whatever you open. You know, you can do that. Someone will win, but
Yeah, I mean, sealed stuff like that does exist in Magic. Um, you know, there is more randomness in that certainly than some kind of a cube format
yeah.
or a draft thing. Like,
But you wouldn't then want try to say that your best players. So especially for something like PTCS, you want to pick
well, I
the
mean,
highest skill format you can. If you're trying to pick who's your world champion, you wouldn't pick that format.
the thing you would do in that is you would just you know run this a lot of times. I mean, that also kind of gets around the problem.
Sure, I agree.
Um,
You could do
yeah,
that too. Well, and I've always thought that like the perfect team, Master Series should be a series. It shouldn't be a tournament.
yeah. So it's now unclear if it is a Master Series or a Masters Series because there's been differing uh, things printed.
Well, there have been different things, and the game doesn't really do well with apostrophes to begin with.
Right. Yes. Yes. That
So there
is
is
fair
that
enough.
little issue as well, right?
Yeah. There's the infamous
Well, okay.
column
I mean,
wheel
look. I
incident.
mean, according to the game, I'm still an astronomer.
Oh, I thought is the astronomy still in?
I believe they've never fixed that. I'm curious if they fixed that in the refresh, or if I'm still an astronomer. Let me see. Nope, nope.
Oh, maybe
See,
not.
nope. I'm still an astronomer.
Oh yeah, so you are. Well, what can you do?
Yeah,
It's better than an
what do
astrologer.
I can look up at the stars.
Right. Well, I mean, you can't complain much. You could always be an astrologer, and that would be worse.
That's
So,
true. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think there are ways to make higher skilled formats, is the point. Um,
yeah,
yes.
and again, I mean, I think if you asked a lot of people who have success at drafts, they would be able to give you lots of other ideas that are,
Sure, yeah.
uh,
But this is
interesting.
exactly the point. You have to ask people that are good at drafts who have an idea of sort of what they do, how skill reflects itself in drafts, and they'll have ideas for formats where skill will make more or less of an impact. So
Yeah,
yeah, I think
I
you can
mean,
design it.
yeah. To be honest, like I don't know that I'm the person to ask about drafts. Like I'm definitely much stronger constructed player than draft player in this game. Um,
Yeah, I feel similarly.
so, um, but there are people who do, constantly really well at drafts, and you should ask those people what they think, and which kinds of drafts they find that their decisions matter a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh,
So, um, anyway, I know we keep getting off topic on this, but yeah. So, but I think it is fair to say that this whole like everybody please come back. We're getting rid of these combinator edges that kind of big spending players got, and making tournaments important again. Thing Monday didn't quite have that message come across.
yeah, I mean, when you have a tournament which rewards you know 750,000 to million point top prize and it doesn't fill for a few hours after it's fire time, like that's clearly an issue of some kind. Um,
Yes. Um,
you know, like at this point, it's close. If I would pick, actually, I don't know. Would you pick a Vlad Guerrero or a TB 1+2 perfect choice pack? It's close, right?
um, I haven't looked at the TV1+2 rewards.
Because like Gwyn is a lot. Gwyn is really really good, and some of the pitchers are decent. And Guerrero's fine, but he's not amazing in his one position. It's pretty close, I think.
You'd probably take the choice pack, but
I mean, you do the thing is you get Arrieta and particularly Larkin along with Guerrero, so those are going to push Guerrero over the top. But if it's just Guerrero, it's pretty close, I think.
yeah. Um,
Yeah, I thought
but it's
Larkin.
also the combination of that and kind of coming back, and after this whole, see, we're getting rid of the combinator advantage that big spending players had. Then you top that off by releasing Hannes.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess maybe the way to do this is talk about Vlad first as a card. Um, so I think Vlad is a fine card. Um, it's a card that at the moment, you know, you would put on a non-combinator roster. You know, it's
I'll
well
pull up the
for
card while you're.
for about 10 minutes it was the best right fielder. um,
Maybe I'm
you know,
I'm not 100% certain I wouldn't play Gwyn in right.
yeah,
I mean,
Gwyn is better VR, but Gwyn is also much better in center at the moment. So, um, you're gonna play him there probably. So Guerrero is fine, right? This is not a. It's not like I'm not saying this is like a bad card. Like the comparison that I thought this was the most similar to from last cycle was Ripken and Jennings, and Guerrero is certainly a much better card than that Ripken was. That Ripken was just completely horrible. Um, but yeah, I think the Tap is saying is basically right. It's fine right now, and it probably lasts for 2 or 3 weeks or something, and then it's completely out of the meta. Um,
wait, what is it? Well, I think there are several other things, by the way, here. Because then you have to compare it with Hannes, and
well,
you
that's what I
know,
was getting to. Yeah.
yeah. All right,
Um,
go ahead. I'll jump
no,
back
I
in
mean,
here.
I just yeah. I think the only kind of reward from this PTCS, which is really, really strong and like kind of meets the level I'd want from the PTCS reward, is the Larkin. The Larkin I have as kind of the best shortstop in Diamond by quite a lot. Um, so that one I think is fine. No, it's one position, but it's so much stronger that it will be a lot more resistant to power creep. Um, But yeah, then you sort of get to Hannes, and now all of a sudden Vlad is the second best right fielder on launch because Hannes is a better right fielder, even though
Yeah.
it's his fifth best position behind everything, including DH. Um,
Yeah.
so it's yeah, I saw there's a sort of a point made on the stream that is revealed, which is like, well, why does Wagner impact Guerrero? Don't you still want Guerrero? And yes, for the moment you do want Guerrero, but you know, anytime you put in a better card at a position, it makes the card anytime you put in a better right fielder, it makes Guerrero worse, and you're not going to play Wagner right field most of the time. It doesn't make him a huge amount worse, but it does make him worse.
Well, actually, here's a
Um,
question. So, let's say you had another big one position player. Is Guerrero the best one position player? In other words, imagine that you have a big one position third baseman and you have Tulowitzki.
you mean like Rogers Hornsby or something?
No one would, for example, yeah, just as an example, yeah, let's say you had a card like that. If a card like that were somehow to exist, you know, then you're at the position of, do you play Tulowitzki or do you play Vlad? I'm not sure you
So
play
I
Vlad.
think the order at Hannes's positions, I think right now is Wagner, Guerrero, or Tulowitzki, Guerrero, Hornsby. Um,
Yeah,
I guess there's also like Helton at first base. I think Helton is probably ahead of Guerrero, but behind Tulowitzki.
right.
Um,
By the way, one year, can we have a Hornsby that actually plays first base? He literally
well,
wrote a book, How to Play First Base.
need to go back to PT 20, and then you can do it. Mr. Devil Dog, for that question, neither. I don't think it makes sense to spend that price on Wilson or Glasscock as a starting shortstop at the moment. If you're not buying Hannes, you shouldn't try to play League. There's no point. You should just buy whatever and wait for a better card.
Yeah.
Or a combinator of one of those guys would also be fine. But
Oh, that's true. You could get a Tony Gwynn combinator.
yeah. If you're gonna if you're planning to start Wilson or Glasscock at shortstop, you're not going to be competitive at League at the moment.
I think I'm starting Joe Tinker. How's that going to
Yeah, not ideal.
do? Hey, apparently I was one series away from making Perfect League this week for some weird reason.
Yeah, and then some just
Some team that was like 30
complete
games ahead of me in the
inconsiderate
regular
person.
season clobbered me in
Yeah,
the next series.
like who would do that? It's just mean.
You know what it is I didn't have Saito.
That was the problem. Well, I came up with I thought a good conspiracy theory the other day, or it was
Yeah.
Sunday actually, that uh, they were originally going to ban Soul Paw Sox first, and then it was discovered that the owner of Soul Paw Sox first is in fact Takashi Saito, and they decided that that was acceptable and
I,
allowed him to
I,
return.
I like that one.
Yeah. um,
Yeah. Um, yeah. The other thing, by the way, because again, I mean, so the card art on this Hannes is really cool, right? A lot of effort has gone into it. Okay? This is where a lot of effort has gone. Here's the card art on Vlad.
yeah, I mean, I don't mind that so much. That's mostly just how dead ball cards versus 2000s era cards
No,
look.
but I mean, you could have found a way to make this card really cool. And by the way, what are these two extraneous pixels doing here? Have you seen these?
They're in there on all the cards like that. Like the
What is that
Musina
for?
is also there. It's just the way the art
What
is.
is
I don't know
that? What
why
is that
exactly.
doing?
Yeah, it's just the way the art is for these kinds of cards. Like I think the Rivera's got it also. Yeah, like
Yeah,
it's
okay.
it's a bit weird, but that's the way it's designed. Um,
Okay.
the other thing I think, which is worth,
By the
I think the
way, can
bigger
we fix the
thing,
color scheme on these? Like this right-hand pitcher starter is barely readable, and
yeah, I think the bigger thing is like, you know, there's kind of no reason not to switch Guerrero and Wagner. Like,
I
I
I
think
I, I
Guerrero,
can think of a reason.
yeah, well, I mean, from a competitive point of view, like,
No, 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 not from a competitive point of view. No.
yeah, like Guerrero actually, I think would be a really well designed LE. It's a card that teams in the right park are going to really want right now, but not every team, and they'll have a short lifespan, which makes sense for an LE.
Yeah,
So, like, I think that would actually have made a lot of sense. Um, you can still have a celebration of National Baseball Card Trading Day or whatever it was with Wagner as a PTCS card.
yeah.
Um, okay, you lose the little theming that you can't, the 1976 Olympics in Montreal and Expos, like that's the only thing you lose, but that's like just, I mean, it's cute, but it's not really relevant to anything.
Because Vlad played Montreal in 1976.
Correct, exactly. Yes, he was definitely an Expo 1976.
Oh, and I
Yeah.
like how there was a big point that all of the cap numbers are Olympic years because what they meant
Well,
was the zero mod four.
all the last two digits, yeah. Not all the cap
Or
numbers,
is it
all the
zero
last
mod
two
two?
digits.
No, or maybe zero mod two because we have Winter
No, no,
Olympics
they're all
too.
zero mod four. They're all
No,
they're
but I
all
mean
they're
there
all
are
mod
Winter
four.
Olympics.
Yes, there are. Though for some time those were also zero mod four.
Okay, that's true.
Um, but yeah, I mean, okay, the theme is nice. It's kind of cute to have this 1976, 1984 in the LA Coliseum and Olympic Stadium. Like, yeah, I mean, it's a cute theme. Nothing wrong with that. Like, it's nice to have it. Why not?
Yeah, but we've had
Um,
we've had top rewards that weren't related to the Parker era previously already.
yeah, yeah, certainly. Um,
You know.
yeah, Brothers is Parisian Bob. That's true. That's a good point. So he's actually kind of appropriate too, I guess. I mean, the card's not very good, but the nickname fits.
Yeah, but if you lock like a million points worth of cards, you can get one.
Yeah, there's like two or three cap formats it plays in, and the Dead Ball thing.
Yeah.
It's worse than some golds in League on both sides, actually.
Have I finally converted you to the Church of Cliffley?
No, no, you have not. But I do like Rob Dibble a lot.
Okay.
I mean, I like Cliff League too, but not in League. Rob Dibble though, actually a pretty good League card.
Oh, I can see that. Yeah.
Um,
Um. Yeah. But like I said, I mean, I can understand a reason that you make Hannes the Ellie instead, but um, but I
yes,
think it's also sending a fairly. So I think there were a few messages that were sent at the same time that probably also, you know, look, ultimately when game designers tell you stuff at some point, you should believe what they're telling you. So I think there were a few things that I took away from that whole exchange, which probably color my view of where this is going, right? One was that Spore basically made a comment that, look, it doesn't matter if it's an LE, the same people are going to have the LE anyway. Um, and I think that sort of misses the point, of making it a competitive game. The idea of making PTCS interesting, what you're trying to do is you're trying to create a competitive scene in the game, right? You want people to feel like these are tournaments that have prizes that are worth going after so that you should put a lot of effort into winning them. That's how you create something competitive.
right. I mean, the other thing is like winning a PTCS is not easy.
No.
You have to win now best of 9 series very often against 3 or 4 really strong teams at least. Um, Managing all your fatigue and rest and caps and new cards that you have to acquire, and
Oh
Like
yeah, we gotta talk about that depth chart bug.
yeah, it takes like a lot of effort to do well in these most of the time. Um, and like I generally think people should be rewarded for that.
Yeah.
Um, and so even if like yes, okay. I mean, I'm in perfect league. My team is a pretty strong league team, and okay, so I bought a Hannes Wagner because he's really really good, and I'm probably also one of the people who's reasonably likely to win a Hannes Wagner or a win of Vlad Guerrero tomorrow. But it doesn't mean that that is a sort of justification for this.
No.
It
Even
just
if
means
it's
that there
similar
happens.
people. I mean, it
Yeah,
reminds me of like I remember Spore was in our chat a week or two ago, and I sort of made this point that I really didn't like that I felt I had to play PT Live, and he came back and said, "What do you mean you're like a top 20 overall player at it?" Well, that doesn't mean I enjoy it. It just means that I have felt I needed to put time into doing well at it, right? Those aren't the same thing.
sure.
Um,
Yeah,
right? And it's a similar kind of thing here. It may be the case that the people that are putting a lot of effort into tournaments are also people that are very likely to go out and buy a Hamas. But that doesn't mean that you should sort of be equating the two.
right. Yeah.
Um, I mean, because what it says is basically, oh, well, if the PTCS rewards aren't worthwhile, I shouldn't be focusing on qualifying for it. I should be focusing on something else, right?
Yes, like having making sure you get someone to turn the streamer luck when you're ripping packs on. Uh, that would
Would
be
be
pretty much
useful.
more beneficial than qualifier PTCS. Fine.
Um,
Like I would. I mean, you never know. I would be very surprised if a Guerrero sells for as much as the Honest. I mean, I think it was one Honest that sold for 1.7, but I'd be surprised even if a Vlad Guerrero made it to
I think there'll be
the highest.
one. I think there'll be one mistake purchase because there always seems to be
There could be one
where someone
mistake,
just
but
misevaluates the card.
but the one mistake I mean, the question of it is it a 1.3 million mistake or like a 750K mistake? Because I think Guerrero is probably in the end worth something like 400K.
Maybe, yeah.
Um, if it was a sort of a regular packable, that
I
maybe
mean,
it pushes up to
I think if
500
he
because
goes
it's
for
limited.
more than if he goes for more than Gwyn, it's a mistake for sure.
Definitely. And I think there was a Gwyn sold for 750. Yeah, 750 for Gwyn, which seems reasonable. So yeah, I mean, I would say the sort of the right price for Guerrero is 400 to 500K, given the sort of rarity. But um, I think anything more than that would
I
be
mean,
a
there's
would be
some
a pretty big
other
overpay.
weird, you know, there's some other weird things I've seen in the card shop. Like I was noticing, sorry, not that Tulowitzki. Look at the orders on the Combinator Tulowitzki.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's a good card.
It's a good card, but there are two people that were happy to pay 500,000 points for it. It's not that good of a card.
I would yes, I would recommend if you have one of these, sell it.
Even if you have taken yours and leveled it to level 5, I think you should sell it for 500,000 and come back and do something with that later.
Yeah, yeah, that's a bit crazy. I mean, the other PTMS Tulo sold for 1 million, which at this point is actually probably pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, Burner guy, I don't know if we're playing round one, but if it's anything I had to build a roster for recently, I may not have, which is sort of what I was coming to, I may not have actually built a roster for it. So you might get a walkover. We'll see. Um, I don't know if I have a roster put in for whatever I'm playing you in.
um, ah,
Oh,
790 pre OTP, so the Hannes Wagner tournament,
but I don't have Hannes,
like
so you're
like
gonna win.
all the other tournaments.
Oh, I think I did build a roster. I think I built that roster in about 2.5 minutes during the countdown clock. So I think you'll beat me in this one.
By the way, in the Deadbolt tournament right now, my Hannes is hitting 429, 422, 488, 784, and 100 plate appearances, which is pretty good for Deadbolt.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good card.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, it's also like, I mean, I thought you did make a good point, that it's a lot less good of a card in the Age of Combinators than it would have been in 22, for example. But it's still not, I think, a particularly well.
Except that we're trying to get rid of combinators.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, I think, not a particularly well designed card, right? Because you know, you really can't make a mistake with it. Like any position you put it at, it's good. As long as it's on your roster and in the lineup both ways, like you've done it properly. It doesn't really matter what else you do with it.
Don't let him pitch.
Don't let. Well, I don't think the game will allow it actually. So that's you're even safe from that.
Oh, you're okay.
Oh, that's true. He doesn't play 1910 to 1959. That's sort of funny. But yeah, everything else he's just very very silly. Um,
So it's probably fair. He apparently does have a 8.1 career innings pitched
oh, there you go.
with a
He,
0 ERA, by the way.
see, he pitched. Yes, he pitched in 1900, 1902.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eight and a third, 7 hits, 5 runs, but all unearned. So
I guess that's the way. And doesn't Saturday Night? Oh, is that the? That's the one with all the really random like. I mean, that one looked interesting at least. Like the restrictions are going to make it kind of interesting the first couple times it runs.
yeah.
Uh, and then it's going to be solved. But um,
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I think basically, we've spent, a fair bit of time, at the start of these streams, kind of talking about some of the direction it's going, in part because I think we've been hoping that, it might help at least get some ideas out there and push the game in a direction, that was viable. Um,
or at least yeah, that sort of caters to competitive play.
and I think we've kind of concluded that there's a really clear decision made not to go in that direction. And when they have had the chance to do the reboot, the reboot is very much pushing it away from the competitive direction, uh, and away from the like, let's get ideas from the community direction. You know, After all, kind of if you think about what the two, big like mothership streams were around there, we had, the emote only chat where we got yelled at by Dish, and then we got, you know, a member of our own chat here actually, yelled at by Spore.
Yeah, I mean,
But there's no censorship.
I think the thing that I would say about the direction and sort of the reason why I'm at where I'm at, which is pretty much that I'm not really going to be playing in all likelihood for any sustain. I mean, sort of my plan is basically next week I might enter some random weeklies where I have rosters built, but other than that, probably not doing much of anything. And then I call for PTMS, so I'll put some rosters in, and that'll probably be it for me. And I want to be clear. I don't think this is not like I hate Hannes, I'm quitting. I don't think Hannes is a well-designed card. I really disagree with sort of everything it says, but that's really more sort of the straw that broke the camel's back than the problem. You know, we've been kind of talking about this sort of move away from emphasis on competitive play for, well, pretty much the whole cycle, really.
Yeah.
And we've now gotten to the point where, at least for me, any hope that I had that it was going to change from that, I've lost. And I think that's kind of when it's time to pack it in, at least for me.
Yeah, this has always been a stream for competitive players, and I'm not sure there's a home for that right now. On the league side, we still have competitive integrity issues too, uh,
Yes.
which which doesn't make it any easier. Um, but also, I mean, I get the sense this is very much a decision to sort of cash in where possible. You know, we tried the combinator thing. That got enough people to revolt that we're going to get rid of combinators and replace it with the LEs again. That, of course, will get people to revolt like last time, so we'll replace it with rapid power creep, so you need points. This is another 75 card week, and it's not that we're complaining that like there's content. Obviously, you like content, uh, but if you're going to release 75 cards and few of them play, why release 75 cards? If you're going to release 75 cards and most of them play, this is basically saying you're picking very rapid power creep so that no card really has much staying power, which again is a way to kind of force spending, but doesn't really lend itself to just sort of clever gameplay. Because even clever gameplay, and this has been the biggest problem with tournaments, is that sort of it used to be the idea that clever gameplay was a way to keep up with spending, so that you'd have this healthy competition between people that were using clever gameplay to get ahead and people that were kind of adding external resources and funding the game in order to get ahead. And they'd sort of be able to compete with each other on a close enough to equal footing that like both wanted to try really hard. Um, when you push it just in the direction of you have to spend, and that's part of the big problem with combinators, right? Is that it's made it so that there isn't a viable path to tournaments making. It used to be that sort of tournaments would make a profit, the league would use up that profit, and the rare one-off expensive cards would use up that profit, so that if you wanted to compete, because even the best players are not going to win every PTCS reward card, they're going to have to buy some of them, right? Um, I mean, yeah, I'm trying to. Nobody really came that close last time, right? I think I got maybe 7 or 8 out of the 10, and I got some duplicates, but I didn't win
Uh,
all of them.
Oh, to win one of each PTCS? No,
Yeah,
no one did that.
no, I think I got like 11 or 12 total out of 10, but there were, I think, three that I didn't win any. So to keep up, I still had to buy those three cards. You know,
Sure.
um, so you're never kind of going to do that, but the idea is just sort of using up, there are ways to get resources and then there are ways to use up resources. And if you take away the tournament as a way to get resources, right? So the combinators were making it so that you couldn't do that. But even if you take combinators out, if the tournament rewards aren't worth anything, you're still not getting resources out of playing tournaments.
Well, and then you also have this sort of funny situation where now some of the TV1 cards are selling for a lot, not because they're good, but because people are just sort of desperate to have missions completed so they can click the button, even though the thing you get from the missions isn't that good either.
Isn't worth what you get, yeah.
I mean, so it's a very strange situation where basically some of these cards have value because of
Mistakes.
confusion, basically. Um, but not. Yeah, it's just odd. I mean, for right now, the tournament cards are worth something because a number of them are good and they're new. But you know, um, that obviously won't last forever.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of what's been created. Uh, for a while I thought it made sense to be trying to push solutions on stream, but it's sort of pretty clear that's not productive and that the decision's been made to take the game in a different direction that doesn't cater to competitive play. Uh, so, the two of us were sort of discussing it, and neither of us really has looked at the cards this week. Neither of us is really that motivated to because I don't think we're planning on really continuing with the game. Uh,
Yeah, I mean, I looked at stuff a little bit, but I mean, you know, yeah, I don't have a huge
so
motivation
we're
to.
open to suggestions for kind of what we should do on stream. Probably starting next week, we'll put more focus into kind of the new game we've been developing. Uh, I felt we shouldn't do that without a little bit of advertisement. Plus, it's already midnight here. So there are a few things we could do that I'm happy to kind of mention. Um, one is that there are a couple of interesting discussions relating to kind of building the Tony Sock thing, which maybe are worth discussing for how you model pitching. Uh, Another is actually a side project that I'm getting involved with that I think would generate some interesting discussions. And I suspect isidafo, the two of us are going to have sort of different opinions on what should be done with it as well. Uh, we maybe should demonstrate this depth chart bug. Uh, there is a related test with the thing, actually, that I think would be kind of fun to do. I also, mentioning the sort of lack of motivation. I haven't even touched any of the PTCS rosters at this point. Normally I sort of feel like I should be building them off stream because it's intended to be a competitive game, and handing everyone your roster, doesn't really help from a competitive point of view, right? But if people want me to build them on stream, I could, especially because I think there's a decent chance that if I don't build them on stream, I probably will just submit blank rosters. Uh, so if there are any particularly good formats, I don't mind doing that. So maybe I should ask, kind of what people would do. And if there's a strong preference to, uh, you know, if there's a strong preference to like rate cards, I suppose we can do that.
Well, and also I think certainly if there's anyone who has questions about like an individual card that they think is interesting, I don't mind talking about like a card here or there, but I don't have motivation or a lot of motivation at least to do 100 and whatever it is this week. Uh, I just don't care that much.
Let me,
Um,
yeah, I'll put a quick poll up, kind of see what people prefer. Um, you know, yeah. So, you know, I'll put a few options up. Um,
yeah, we talked about Cliff Lee. Cliff Lee is really good. I think we talked about him last week
yeah.
a bit. So now Heron and Tanaka are also really good for non-combinator stuff. Um, so he's not completely out by himself anymore. Um,
So, and I'll give you an idea what the side project is like. So actually, I'm curious uh, how much you've seen about sort of the way we catch doping in sports.
I mean, I know that you know, you know, there's testing, but that's about it. Like,
Yeah. So,
I don't know anything about the testing itself.
I mean, there's actually another interesting question is kind of what you think the correct level of testing should be. In other words, like, you know, how bad is doping in sports? Is it actually something that, a lot of effort should be going
I
into?
mean, I'm sure it depends on the sport to some degree.
Yeah.
Um,
Because it's actually an interesting sort of related question to that as well, I think, right? Um, so for a while, the idea was that, the way that you would catch doping was basically you would take samples, you would test, you would look for evidence of whatever banned substance, right?
right, or things blocking the detection of the banned substance, I guess, would also be considered a banned
Yeah, and that's
substance.
funny. Actually, for a while, every sport used to have its own, banned substance list. So one of my favorite bar bets was there were like 5 Olympic sports that banned alcohol in competition.
Hmm,
Um, and then,
interesting.
what?
Interesting. That's would not seem like a performance enhancing drug for most sports.
No, you wouldn't
Uh,
think so. Well, I imagine it depends a little bit on the level of alcohol too, right?
I guess. I mean, certainly there's some level of alcohol which will not be beneficial for any sport.
Right. But on the other
But
hand, there are some sports, and some of them are the ones you might imagine. So, for example, like alcohol is banned in archery, you know, because,
yes,
it would
that
potentially
seems
go really
sensible.
wrong if you were like,
Right, or probably the shooting sports for the
drinking
same
and,
reason.
archery.
Yes.
Rapid analysis of the curse offensive. Uh, isn't there a bad history of like things called the Kursk offensive going really poorly?
I don't know. It's an odd area to
Yeah, well,
have much knowledge.
I'm now off by 80 years, but you know, um, no, actually, I can give you some good links if you're interested in that. The German tanks are doing better this time. Well, part of the problem is that some of the Russian tanks are the same Russian tanks.
Yeah, it's been yeah. I don't get it.
Uh, but yeah, just look up Battle of Kursk and you'll see like it didn't go well for the invaders the last time.
Hmm.
Um, all right. Anyway, yeah. So the doping thing. So the idea is you used to look for banned substances, and the problem is basically it didn't work, right? Because generally the chemists run ahead of the testing. You know, Barry Bonds never tested positive, right? Uh,
Sure.
that doesn't mean that he wasn't doping. It just meant that he, you know, he never
Well,
did something which triggered a positive test on
I
a
mean, Lance
sample that he
Armstrong never
taken.
tested positive, right? I mean,
Yeah. Oh, well, some of that stuff is crazy. And actually, they're like weird ethical things in there. Because, like, for example, what they used to do, because you just want like basically you want to like reoxygenate your blood. So
right.
they would do stuff like give you a blood transfusion overnight between stages of these races, you know.
Makes sense, I guess. Yeah.
And of course, this would be a problem because you'd go in for the pit stop and just get your fluids changed, right?
Right. Right. Basically.
And so they tried to ban this. And so the solution for kind of how you would get around this is you would basically in the off season you would store up a lot of your blood and oxygenate that, and then you get
Right.
a
Okay.
transfusion of your own blood,
Right. Yep. I guess
so
that
that you
would be
had the
very hard
same
to
so that
detect.
you had the same biomarkers.
No, I mean that's got to be close to impossible to detect, right? Like there's
Yeah. Uh, well, so then what they said is, okay, what we're going to do is sort of say we're going to give up on, exactly how you catch cheaters, right? So we're not going to be able to catch them in the act, fine, right? What we'll do is we'll say, for example, for cycling, that like no human can naturally get a hemocrit level of 50%. So if yours is over 50%, you must just be guilty of doping somehow. And
that doesn't seem great.
shockingly, what this meant was all of the cyclists ended up at 49%. So what they had really done was sort of prescribe like the limit of how much you can dope,
Sure.
right?
And I
Which at
guess
least is a level
occasionally,
playing field in some sense.
yeah. I mean, I guess you could argue that that's sort of fair in some way, right? Like everyone's allowed to dope to a certain level, then you know it's
Yeah.
sort of okay.
Well, it's equal at least. But
Yeah.
I mean, but the reason that you ban it is because it's not healthy. The people will do
Right. Right.
things that are not healthy and force everyone competing with them to do things that are not healthy, you know.
Like swim in the Seine, for example.
Yeah. I mean, it was also weird because I was in one of these testing pools for a little while for cricket, and I guess technically I have a failed test, but not because they ever took a sample or because I was taking anything. Because the way this works is essentially, they get to decide when to test you once you're in the testing pool. And
Yep.
so you're required to tell them where you're going to be and give them a calendar like months in advance of like, here's where you can show up and test me on some short notice. And I ended up at the last minute going to a conference and they showed up to test me and they're like, well, you have, 2 hours to show up or it counts as a failed test. I'm like, well, I'm on another continent. You
Yeah, there,
know,
there was there was some story like that with an American ping pong player at this Olympics who didn't write the +1 on his phone number, and so kept trying to call him, and the calls didn't go through because he hadn't written the +1.
So it's gotten better in that, now you can kind of update these things. You don't have to submit it like weeks in advance. You can update it, a day in advance. Oh, tomorrow I'm going to go fly somewhere else. So like that part's gotten better. But what they're now doing, a lot of what they're doing is what they call biological passport. So they basically take, a bunch of like biomarkers, and the idea is if you have fluctuations that sort of like people shouldn't have, it's kind of assumed that this is telling you that you probably, are not doing it legitimately.
Sure.
Uh, but that's an interesting question. Are you comfortable banning people for something indirect like that? You know,
Yeah, I mean it's definitely tricky, especially because as much as you can say, okay, well, whatever level of is not possible for a human. I mean, it's not doesn't mean it's impossible. It means you haven't observed anyone with it.
yes. Well, it means you haven't observed anyone with it, and you can create drugs that would do it.
Right.
I mean, there's also just the whole like what you want to watch as a fan, right? Like as an athlete, I like the idea of everybody being clean because I don't want to feel that I have to take those things to compete. As a fan, I kind of want to watch somebody run an 8-second 100-meter dash, right?
Sure. Well, I mean, it's always an interesting. I found like I don't really enjoy watching college sports. Um, you know, not because like I'm any better than the players playing these sports. Obviously, I'm not really. These are like for the most part, really really good football or basketball players or whatever. But
Yeah,
I've watched enough professional sports that I can tell when they're doing things wrong.
right.
Um, which of course happens a lot because they're not professional athletes.
It's like watching the White Sox.
I don't watch the White Sox; it's too painful. But yeah, it's sort of interesting because it's like yeah, to some degree, it's much more. There's something about watching it, like people can doing something at the very highest level. It's more interesting to watch people doing something at like a 90% level, right? Even a 96% level or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Even
No,
though like if I hadn't, if I'm, if I some, I'm not someone who had ever seen a basketball game before, and I watched an NCAA basketball game, I'd be very impressed probably.
right.
But um, yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense. And then there are also other things that, we've made different decisions on. So for example, there are some technologies that we've embraced that make us better athletically, and some we've actually banned. Like, Nike has, made running shoes that were a little bit too good basically for the marathon. So you can't
right. Well,
use that in the marathon.
they had that whole thing with like the swimsuits at some point, right? Where
Yeah,
they
yeah,
were
swimsuits
like
that
world records getting
basically,
breaking constantly, and
yeah.
then they just banned them.
And right. And you could have said, well, okay, but every athlete at some level will get access to the same swimsuit. But the decision was made instead to ban them.
Yeah.
And it's actually funny because a lot of these banned technologies are only banned from some things. So like, for example, for a triathlon, you can use swimsuits you're not allowed to use in swimming races, bikes you're not allowed to use in cycling races, and like the Nike shoes with springs in them.
Huh. I wonder why they'd
Um,
allow it there then. That seems interesting. Like,
I
why would
guess
it?
I guess
I
the
guess there's
thinking
different
is
rules.
I guess the thinking is that like an Ironman's hard enough, that you can
Right.
take
And
all the help you can get.
probably none of the people doing triathlons are at a world, sort of top level in any of the three disciplines, right? Like they're,
A lot of them are pretty close, actually, or
mm,
or at least could have been. So for the
Right. Could have
For
been
the
certainly.
well, like for the Olympic triathlon, for example, the guy who won it this time around, at least as a junior, like was a world class like 5 and 10K sort of junior athlete. Um,
Uh,
but then kind of found triathlon was the thing he wanted to do instead.
right. Sure.
But like he was actually competitive at that level on the track. Um,
Uh,
and a couple of the cyclists too have kind of gone in that direction. The problem is the Olympic triathlon. So the big difference is in the Olympic triathlon, you're allowed to draft on the bike. So what that means is usually the way the race works is the swim separates people a little bit into groups that'll be different on the bike, but then ultimately the group sticks together. And so you just need to win it on the run.
uh,
Uh, but in like an Ironman style thing, there's no drafting on the bike. So as a result, it's really sort of doing it like a time trial. And then the world-class cyclist can actually win if they're okay at the other disciplines because because the bike is the longest of the three time-wise, so you can potentially take the most time out of people.
uh,
Um, so that one sort of depends on the rules a bit.
yeah, I guess that makes sense.
But I guess that's the other question is sort of what's the right solution to some of these? I mean, the cycling, it was particularly bad, because like with with baseball, with the steroids you're taking, I guess some of them had really bad side effects for kidneys. But a lot of the others, what's really going to happen is like you might need a hip replacement when you're 50. Um, you know, like if I'm Jason Giambi and you told me that like by taking the right drugs, I can make an extra $120 million and I'm going to need a hip replacement when I'm 50, I think I probably would have made that trade.
Right. Especially when there's a
Um,
decent chance you're going to hip replacement at some point in your life anyway, and
yeah,
you're just going to speeding up a bit. Like,
um, exactly. It's bad for your kidneys. Uh, but on the other hand, the cycling stuff or like the track stuff, you're screwing around with like your respiratory and circulatory systems. Like if you get that wrong, that will just kill you. Um, so for example, one of the adaptations I get for long distance cycling is my resting heart rate is like in the low 40s, which by the way, I can tell you when you have gallbladder surgery is incredibly annoying because what would happen would be like, after you do the surgery, they put you on the monitors and stuff, right? For a couple
sure.
days. So you're constantly being monitored, hooked up to one of the machines that like, will beep if anything goes wrong.
Yep.
And if your heart rate dips below 45, it starts beeping loudly because they assume that you're having problems.
Sure.
And they didn't have a way of turning that off.
You would think they would just have something which they could tell it what your normal heart rate was, and then it would base it off of that.
Nope, at least not the hospital I was in.
Yeah. You would think that would be something which would make a lot of sense to produce such a
Yeah,
device, but I guess not.
nope. Uh, so that was fun. But like that's roughly, as low as you can kind of get it completely naturally. Miguel Indurain, who won like 5 Tour de France's in a row, he had a resting heart rate in the low 20s.
Yeah, that seems not good.
No, but I
Well,
mean,
good
it's
for
important.
cycling.
I mean, yeah, but not good in general. I mean, it's important
Yes.
because basically a lot of sort of your work capacity as an athlete, and for something like this is basically determined by like the ratio of your max and min heart rates or your max and resting heart rate, you know,
Hmm.
because, it's sort of like how much harder can you work
Right.
than like, standard.
Right. Because at some point your heart just cannot go any faster. Yeah. So then there's.
Right. So kind of the more blood you pump normally, and the lower your heart rate is normally, the more blood you can pump when you're like really trying to pump at max capacity.
Yeah.
I'm very much not a doctor, by the way.
No,
Well,
I mean,
okay.
it makes sense. But
I guess technically I am, but not the useful kind of doctor. Although, if you ever like need to figure out, some weird astronomy thing on an airplane and you ask for that kind of doctor, I can help.
yeah, I'm sure that's happened to you before.
No, never. But one of these days, one of these
I have
days.
taken I took one integral in a real world reason, and it was very exciting. But that's the only time I've ever had to do anything with more than algebra, basically.
Yeah. Um, yeah. Uh, it would be funny though.
Yeah,
I'm ever called out for being a doctor on a flight. I mean, if you have a PhD, you
I'm
are a
trying to think
doctor, right? Like technically my
when
title is doctor, I'm
when,
Dr.
when
Warbat.
when they make those announcements on planes. I'm trying to think, do they announce medical doctor or just they just say doctor? I don't remember.
I've only heard one. I think they just asked about a doctor, but
You got the idea.
I didn't stand up and say, "Are you sure you don't mean me?"
Yeah, yeah,
You,
yeah.
you know, I figured they probably didn't mean me.
Yes, that does seem. Yeah, it is probably not a lot of scenarios in which there'd be urgent need for an astronomer on an airplane or a commercial airplane, at least.
And if one comes up, you really don't want to be on that airplane.
Yes, that is definitely true. That is definitely true.
I mean, I guess there are worse specialties to have, like you don't want to, like I wouldn't want the one where they're asking for a zoologist, maybe either.
Right. I mean, like a meteorologist is someone you could certainly find a use for,
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
but yeah, strong. I mean, I guess it'd be hard. I mean, I guess you could think of scenarios where you just need some kind of general physicist if like the plane has just sort of completely lost some function. You need to figure out how to
No,
get it
no,
onto the
that no,
ground
no,
without.
no. Then you need an
But
engineer.
yeah, I guess. Well, then you're probably just dead because you don't have enough time before the thing hits the ground. But
Yeah, then what you need is an engineer.
yeah, that's probably
Um,
fair.
so you know, but anyway, don't think it's gonna
Actually,
come up.
I wonder, T-Chuck, if in this kind of situation you'd actually prefer an astrologer to an astronomer because they might know where the stars are located
That's
better.
true, actually. That's the one where or even an astrologer.
Or even an astrologer.
All right. So looking at the vote, we sort of had a tie. All right, we could make a PTCS roster. Should we do that?
Sure, which one do people have interest in, I guess. They're all
What do I call it?
pretty
I
similar.
missed Diamond actually because of this roster bug and because I
Well, then
was
we're not
too
doing that.
like lazy to fix it.
And I guess we're not doing that one.
So let's do something other than Diamond.
They're all kind of similar, like medium cap, uh, you know, tier floor to ceiling. Okay, we have a silver.
Sure.
We can do silver.
All right, let's
All
do
right.
silver. Why not?
Silver is a acceptable format.
I haven't really looked at many of these. Like I said, it's good. It's good. 'Cause otherwise, I wouldn't have a
So
roster in. So this way, we can explore
what's the
something.
settings here? This is silver. It's silver floor, silver ceiling, 1984, right?
It's
And LA Coliseum.
1984. We're celebrating the 1912 Olympics. It looks like.
There was an Olympics 19. Well, actually, I assume there was. I
Well,
assume there
yeah, there was
was.
there was Olympics in 1912.
1916, there might not have been.
Yeah, there's 1912. Is that the one where they were still doing the tug of war? They
Maybe.
had some weird Olympics events like early on,
It does
right?
remind me if anyone has not seen the video on the 1904 Olympic marathon,
Oh yeah, that's great.
that one is amazing. The 1904
Actually,
Olympic marathon.
there's a really good podcast that includes an episode on that called Half Arsed History.
Uh,
They have all sorts of good highlights from history, including what I still think is the clubhouse leader for like, worst way to die.
which is.
Because there are things like, only be identified from dental records. There are things you don't want in your thing, but this has got to be the worst. Um, so, well, I should probably tell the story, I guess, right?
Okay.
All right. So in the late 12th century, there was basically a land dispute, between a couple of nobles in Germany, or
Okay.
I guess the Holy Roman Empire, really, is the point,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Um, so, eventually when it was like time to, when it was basically time to like get this dispute resolved, you do as you do at the time. You basically invite like nobles from across the empire to the meeting and you hold, a diet and, you get the emperor to come like make a ruling, right?
Great.
So they did this, at like this monastery in Erfurt, in the Holy Roman Empire, um, including like the new Holy Roman Emperor, like Henry VI. Um, so they held this just like on the second floor of this monastery, like in a library, basically, where they had like a bunch of room to put people, right?
Okay.
Okay. Now at the time, you didn't exactly have like indoor plumbing, right?
Well, if you were a real Roman Empire, you might have, but not that,
No,
not
but
that
but
Roman
but not the
Empire.
Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah.
Uh, you didn't really have indoor plumbing. So what you would do instead is you'd basically dig a big pit and like make a latrine out of it, right?
Sounds
And
lovely.
you just have a nice deep pit and sort of cover it over. Um, and occasionally for some of them you'd like empty it out because you get fertilizer, but for like a monastery, which is like a fancy thing, you just build a really, really deep pit so that you don't have to empty it out for like centuries.
Sure.
Okay. So, they basically had the latrine, on the ground floor because that's, gravity and all that. Okay.
Right.
Well, they put all the nobles, on this second floor library, and partway through the meeting, they basically discovered that, it was too many people to put in that library. The floor gave way, and basically everybody fell through the floor, through the latrine, and into the pit.
Hi, yeah, that would be unpleasant. Yes.
Um, and about 60 of them drowned.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
Um, And the king basically was sitting there in this little alcove that like was connected to the main part of the building, just sitting there watching this. And basically had to like watch, for several hours while they tried to rescue people, failed to rescue people, and had to figure out how to get a ladder up to them.
Hmm.
Um,
Sounds like a great experience.
yeah, well, he immediately left without actually ruling on the land dispute.
Well, both people in the letters who may have been dead.
But yeah, so you could in fact have your cause of death be latrine disaster.
Yeah, that seems not ideal.
No, 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 very, very much, very much not ideal.
So, silver PTCS.
Yes, right. Silver PTCS. Okay, what do we got here?
Okay, so the
So
thing is,
chemistry is
I'm not sure how
one.
much I'll be able to help you because I am different commenters than you. I don't know which ones you own.
We'll find
So
out.
this may be a bit of an individual enterprise.
That's
Uh,
fine. We can figure. So what's the cap number here? Okay, so you're starting at 1820. So you have 92 points to spread out. So your cap number is like 10 or 11.
yeah, it's about a little over 10. Yeah,
Okay. And it's 1984. And is there any useful park?
it's the LA Coliseum. It's the park.
Okay, so it's actually a fairly right-handed park
Yes, it's a pretty
as
right-handed
well.
park, mostly on the home runs.
Okay, so it's a fairly right-handed park. So what would be a fun thing to build here? Well, okay, I think first off, because it's 1984 and you're going to get a lot of value for the pitching, I think we pretty clearly want to sort of max out pitching first, right?
I agree. But this, of
So
course, no, it
I
depends which combinators exist. Uh,
right. Well, we could always buy combinators, but I don't think it's worth it for the
no.
prizes here. Um,
Well, I mean, okay, so my top five pitchers without combinators are Archer, Monbecket, Miller, Elliott, Singer.
Let me see what I've got for 84 here.
And then Cone basically at the same level that the last of them.
I've got Ralph Terry pretty good here too, the tournament
Yeah,
edition.
I have Terry seventh and Tewksbury also there, and I mean Navarro.
Um,
But it seems like Archer and Monbecket are the two that are like have kind of a good deal ahead of everything else. Um,
yeah, and I don't have enough combinators in any event to go full combinator. So
so probably then Archer and Monbecket are going to make it on no
yeah,
matter
so I
what.
think we definitely want Archer. We definitely want. Where is Moncat?
And also Monbecket 73, which is great.
Yes, I was trying to find him. Oh, here he
Yeah.
is. All right, so we definitely want those two. Uh, so I guess on the combinator side, I still want Bumgarner, even though he's a lefty,
Okay.
right?
I can try to get combinators in, but it's going to take me a second to
No,
because I
I
have to
wouldn't worry about
upgrade
it too
the thing
much.
to
I mean,
get yours in.
I don't think this needs that level of thought.
Okay.
Uh, I won. What did I win?
Oh, I think you guys are playing in one tournament
Oh, I
round,
was playing him in tournament. Okay. No, I don't have the combinator Hank Wise.
but
Uh,
unfortunately you can't play with this tournament anyway. Oh, you mean
um,
another thing? Yeah.
oh, and for 1 point, I'm always running Jim Merritt for 1 point, but
Yeah. So
you
Sorum,
know,
I might do that if it was modern, but in 1984 the different you'll only throw 125 pitches instead of 135 or something, so it doesn't really matter. And
yeah,
also,
the
yeah, you
very
said
low
silver,
stamina ones
silver,
that are at the point of being borderline starter, you have to worry about that.
right? But yeah, it's also a good point that given that the cap is close to the ceiling, your relievers generally not going to be that much worse than your starters.
That's true as well.
Um,
Yeah. In fact, for one of these, maybe just for fun, we'll build a 13 pitcher version with with like an 18 batter face or something.
I don't think you ever want to do that in this,
No, I don't
but
think
we
we want
can.
to do that, but I'm don't really care that much about winning. So if it's fun to do on stream, I don't mind building
Sure,
it.
sure.
Uh, all right. So I think Bumgarner makes sense just because by level 5, this is, you know, he's not really what I want in a very righty heavy park, but there's just a lot of rating points there by level
I
5.
assume he's good. I mean, I can't update the checklist thing. It's just going to take me a second
So,
because I have
all
to
right.
put
So
in
I've
everyone
got
that you have by
now
hand.
Terry McGregor and Zambrano is all being up there. And even Jumbo Elliott's okay.
Yeah, I like Elliot. I like Jake Miller also for the new
Oh, let me
cards.
see. Oh, I have a pack I can open. Does this help me?
Elliot's also
No,
at the
it's a
floor,
low
so
diamond, so never mind.
he's very good. Okay, yeah, I have Bumgarner getting up kind of into the same range as those guys at level 5. So I
All
think
right,
that
so
would make sense.
we'll run Archer, Bumgarner, Mombaket. Merritt just ends up on the roster, but not. So who are other two starters going to be then? Let's see. Um,
Well, okay, you definitely want Jumbo Elliott on the roster since he's good in at the floor.
oh yeah, sure, yeah. If I have an Elliott, do I have Elliott yet? Don't have Elliott yet. All right. Well, then he's not on the roster now, is he?
That would make it, yes, difficult.
Um, what do these cards go for? I wonder.
Most of the
Are they
silvers are
selling
like
for
10K ish.
anything?
They're like 10K ish now, most of the silvers.
Okay, so Elliott, well, there's no copy actually of a 10K-ish. Zambrano I could actually buy if I want one for 13.
Yes, but he's not very good. So that would.
No, it was more because the righty nature of the park was why I wasn't
Oh,
getting him.
yeah.
Terry, I think I have the best of this group for the parking era.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't, Terry.
I don't think he's worth
Kunkel, I
22K.
think Kunkel is probably pretty useful for this since he's like the only decent 70, but, or
Yeah.
non-common 70 at least.
I bet we're not going to actually run out of points because there are some cheap ones. All right, we need two more starters. Let's do these quickly because if we do
All right. So
multiple of them, we
the
gotta.
ones I would put on are Miller, Elliott, Sinner, Cone, Terry, Tewksbury.
Let me see. I don't have Terry. I definitely have a Tewksbury. So I think Tewksbury makes sense anyway because he's efficient, right? Um,
Navarro is also decent at 74. Granky at
I kind of like
72.
Saberhagen in this park too.
I don't think I have Saberhagen all that high here for whatever reason. Yeah, I have him a bit lower down.
Um, I also like Consuegra, but
Yeah, borderline. So
borderline, and I don't think he's going to be worth 9 points for a reliever.
no, no. Yeah, I think.
Um,
I mean, the Cone is also decent. Probably it's a nice 78. Like Miller and Elliott, I think are the ones that are ideal. But
the only thing is Miller and Elliott are both lefties, which hurts a little in this park. But I
yeah,
agree, I'd
it's
still
not
do that.
amazing, but
Like in a
they're
lefty
good
park,
cards.
I'm gonna run Moyer. I'm gonna run some of these others.
Sure.
Um,
Maybe Navarro is decent actually. I mean, like he's cheap at least, or relatively cheap.
I've got him playable. All right. I think I'm gonna try Saberhagen.
Okay,
So does that give me five? That gives me five, right?
great.
And Merritt, clearly ends up on the roster somewhere.
Yeah, he's going to be in the pen.
Uh, so probably something like this sort of order. Um, all right. Let's come back to the pen because it's a cap.
Yeah, probably like Brissy at 71 you're going to want.
All
But
right.
yeah.
So first off, what combinators we have is pretty limited in silver.
Uh,
So
Mr. Devil Dog, I generally like Jimenez, but in this format, I don't think he's good because the low control starts really, really hurting in this era.
probably, yeah.
Um,
So, all right. Well, clearly the four combinators I've invested in end up on the roster.
yes, especially because one of them's up the floor.
Hairston maybe ends up on the roster. Let's think
I,
about that. I
in all
mean,
honesty, I think Gene Tennis is so absurd in this thing that he's the only option,
yeah,
even with
well, I think the
combinators.
question is whether we're going to get enough. Basically, are we going to get enough chemistry to want to be doing this?
I
I
don't
also
think
like
so.
Jack Warner a little bit, but I think tennis is just
Tennis is just ridiculous in this.
all right. Yeah, we're okay. I actually I don't think this is hard. We're running tennis. Let's
Yeah,
just
tennis
get
is
in and run
stupid.
tennis. Uh, yeah, I can sort by power, and oh, he's got a lot of power. I could sort by eye though, and you know, yeah. All right.
Yeah, it's funny because I think tennis is actually basically better than all the TV2 silvers. Like tennis is such an absurd card.
Yeah, I think so. So I think it's going to be actually we might put a third catcher on the roster depending upon the depth chart issue. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean Frank Duncan at 71 is pretty decent.
Um, okay, so first base. I now kind of want to run Gehrig over this Judge, but I don't have the Gehrig, so
With Judge, I think I actually have JD Davis, the new tournament card, as my top non-combinator option here.
yeah. But I'm saying with Judge at
If Judge
five,
is at 5, I have to assume Judge is going to be better. I guess I can look.
he's gonna be better, but I do have this Gehrig is pretty absurd.
Yeah, he's by far the best VR, but he is really splitty. So you do
Yeah, but
probably want
you
to
can
find
get
a
away with
blend.
splitting, so
Yeah, you can, especially in this when the floor and ceiling are
yeah.
close. You can
I
run
think
more
all right.
people.
I'll pick up a Gehrig. He's cheap. I'll pick up a Gehrig, and we can run both, right? And then
Yes.
the other way, it's going to be Judge, and
Yeah, and
probably
you have
what's going to
Geyer for
happen
blue
is Judge
Jays.
will DH this way.
Probably.
All right, and then at second, all right. So I know Dickie Thon is on the roster. I know Randy Velarde is on the roster. Uh,
Yeah, they're both definitely on. So I assume that means Velarde's at second and Thon's at short, but
Probably. I also have this Polanco really good one way.
Yeah, I like Polanco, but I don't see a spot for him with Tom's already better and not really more expensive.
Well, I could run, so we could run Polanco at second. But you run, I guess Polanco is the one that would run at third at that point. So
Well,
you run
I want to run
Polanco at
Horner.
third,
I want to run Horner at third. That's the problem.
Horner or even Bill Sweeney to run both
Yeah, I don't hate
ways. But
Sweeney.
probably it's Horner. Yeah, probably
I
it's
like
just
Horner a
Horner.
lot. Yeah, I think Horner, Thon, Velarde would be my infield
I
generally.
like that. Now that leaves us only 12 points for the outfield at this point. So
I hope they burnt so many points.
what do we do wrong here?
I feel like we burned through more points than we should have, given how many cards we put on. Well,
Uh,
Yost is going to be
Yost can play right, actually.
yeah.
He walks. I mean, he gets on base. He gets on base.
I mean, it's okay. So Geyer's going to be a platoon DH, obviously.
Right. I think Devannon also seems obvious. That's just the center fielder.
Yeah, Yost
I mean, I could
Devan's
try
been
to,
really
I
good.
could spend up for a card like Cameron, but I think Devannon is giving you about as much.
Yeah, I mean Cameron's really good, and also there's I think I like Ordonez a good deal in right field. Um,
So Yost only plays right, assuming he's not playing third. But I do
yes,
like, or well, I do like Maglio as well. I mean, Hegan's also a good option there.
yeah. Actually, this Jimmy Bannon is kind of I'm kind of coming up with is pretty decent here. The LE.
And we need one more corner, so we need a lefty. We need a left fielder as well.
Um,
So it's got to be someone we can play. I mean,
Dale
I sort of want. Okay,
Murphy.
well, how about we just platoon Hegan? Do we just platoon like Hegan and Geyer?
Uh, yeah, it works. You can also play Larry Walker. Or
So
Dale
I've got
Murphy also
Hegan's
looks
bat a fair bit
decent.
better, and Walker, of course, has a much better glove.
Yeah, Walker's a two ways. The reason like that's if you don't want to do the platoon, you're just gonna play. If you're playing Walker, you're playing both ways.
I think if we have Geyer, we're probably okay
Well,
with.
I mean, is Geyer the DHVL is really the question because then
Oh, I see. It's a good question. Oh, I think we can just pick one. Uh, yeah. So VL, it's probably yeah. So you could run Geyer in left, still run Devannon, we still run Yost. This is all fine. So we need a DH one way. We have 8 points, right? So we have to find a bullpen out of this as well.
well, that's fine. I mean, Bill isn't gonna pitch that much, and Brissy is going to be a pretty reliable like top
Yeah, but,
reliever
I'm
at
saying, but
71.
you'd like to save 3 or 4 points is what I'm saying, if you could.
Sure. Yeah.
So the
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely
question,
where this is definitely where Jumbo Elliott would come in very handy. I
right?
guess.
So Hegan would cost us 4 of the points. Walker would cost us 6 of our remaining 8.
Yeah, Dale Murphy maybe is a decent idea. Is at 72 if you have one of those, or JD Davis even could be all right.
Don't yet, but he's not expensive.
And he's probably a bit worse, but he saves a lot of points.
Yeah, the thing is, I guess there are other ways we could steal points if we had to, right?
Yeah, I mean probably off Saberhagen we could find a few if we needed to.
Yeah, Saberhagen for sure.
Yeah, I think this Kunkel's actually a pretty useful card because it plays at every position and it's decent as a 70.
Makes sense. Let's see. Maglio only plays right. So it's really, yeah, if we're going to run Yost,
Yeah,
we
if
just
you
can't
have Yost,
fit.
Maglo probably doesn't make so much sense.
Yeah, because Yost is just pretty efficient,
Yeah,
like at least at level 5.
yeah.
Um, all right, we got to make a decision to move on. What should we do here?
Um,
Who's your
I mean, it
favorite
depends
right
on much.
fielder?
If you well, right field I thought was Yost. Left field, I think if you want bullpen, you play Murphy, and if you are okay with like Brissy being the only decent reliever, then it's Walker.
So let's think about what we could put in the bullpen that's cheap.
So Brissy seems like because Brissy and Elliott are the good ones, right? 70 and 71.
I've already got Merritt at 71, so
With
that's
Merritt at
one
71, that
at level
helps
5.
certainly. Yeah.
I
There's
still have
Granky at
Elliott base
72.
better than Merritt, but
Yeah, Elliott is very good. Granky's 72. That one's decent, I think. DeGrom at
Rio Keely's an
71.
okay 71. Shane
Yeah.
Green's an okay 72.
Yeah, but the 70s after Elliott are really bad. Elliott's the good card, and then 70s are really bad, it looks like. Right?
Robbie Erlin is my best 70.
Yeah, so that's a pretty big gap from Elliott.
Okay, so let's say we went Erlin because it'll end up on there anyway. Maybe Keely, Brissy, and probably Shane Green over Greinke actually because yeah, well,
Yeah, I don't think I ended up with being particularly high, but it's again this bad.
depends how much BABIP we're maybe it is Greinke in this park. So let's say we did that. That leaves us 4 points. That leaves us 4 points, and we have, some
Um,
semblance. We have a very left-handed bullpen here as well, right?
yes, yeah, London. I think Luque is a mediocre 70. He's if you're going to run 70s, he might end up on the roster, but it does seem like you want to keep the 70s off the roster as much as you can. That's the pitchers, at least.
Yeah, and
Besides,
I think that's
Elliott.
also a reason to set these basically. I mean, they're all about equally bad, right? Okay, Erlin is least useful.
Erlin is definitely the worst of these five by a good deal.
Probably Merritt just having leveled up is the best, but
My guess is they're all pretty similar.
there's probably something like this.
Well, actually, Brissy's definitely better than Keeley, I guess. Probably Granky, and then Merritt, I'm not sure. Is that what that
Merritt because he's at level 5, he just you're adding a bunch of points.
Yeah.
So maybe okay, so let's say it's something like this. So that gives us 4 points. So then it's probably Hegan, right? Just
Yeah,
because
I guess
that's
that
what we
works.
got.
If you have enough platoons, yeah, that would work well, I guess. Yeah.
Well, it means we need to find a VL DH.
Spielborg is at 70.
I was gonna say Spielborg's is yeah.
Yeah.
It's either Spielborg's or we go down from Hegan basically. Okay, let's just do that. Okay, so now we get to add our favorite 70s. So Spielborg's is always on there. He's probably the DH. Okay, and here's another option. We put Fagley on the roster, and Tennis doesn't have to catch. He DHs.
Well, you put Rule on already, so that's
Yeah.
actually, maybe we should take Rule off. Maybe Rule just isn't finding a home.
Well, he's starting VR right now.
That catcher, I can check my. I would imagine that.
I mean, at level 5, there's a
Tennis
lot
is
of
still
bat. There's a
better.
lot of bat here at level 5,
Let me look.
right?
I'm gonna guess I'm always gonna still want Tennis because Tennis is very silly. But let's see.
Hey, I've got Rule pretty far ahead of Tennis VR. Tennis clobbers him VL.
I have them the same. I have Rule level 5 and Tennis space the same VR basically. So I think I'd probably take off Rule here to find more points for stuff, but um
I think it's sort of use the combinators you have, but
Maybe, yeah.
but I don't because I don't hate Warner as a replacement for Muddy. It saves 6 points.
Yeah, Warner is decent, certainly. I like Warner. I mean, he's obviously a bit worse in the 80s than in the modern era, but
Right. Well, that's probably the issue.
I
All right.
guess it'd be
Well,
nice. It would be really nice to find Cameron if you can somehow, but that's a lot of points to
that
search for.
I don't think that's gonna get there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we did it this way. You know what? Muddy actually probably still ends up in. Oh no, I guess Spielborg's is the DHVL then.
Yeah.
That's the plan, right?
Yes.
That's probably okay. Yeah, that probably ends up okay. So we do this and then we just dump some 70s on and call it done.
Yep.
I think we could do that. Um, who are our favorite 70s here? Let's see. Mankiewicz at least has a bat. It's completely,
Yeah.
you
I
know,
mean, Kavich is probably just, I don't, with Judge and Gehrig, you
yeah,
probably
I just don't
don't
know you
need
ever get to
Mankiewicz.
use him, right?
I mean, the only infielder 70 I want to play is Kunkel. I don't want to play any of the other cards. I guess Don
Right.
Demeter is probably the next best.
But I've got to stick some people on the roster.
So Don Demeter, I don't mind first and third. I mean, VL definitely better. There's Banks
Uh,
for shortstop, I guess. That's not awful.
Joe McEwing plays everywhere poorly.
I mean, maybe Banks actually works okay with this because Velarde and Thon are so flexible. Banks actually is not bad.
Oh, that's true. Well, they're sort of flexible. We're going to run into their roster bug.
Sure.
Uh, Keston Hira has a bat.
Yeah, does he also is he's only first that one, right? Or assist
Technically,
for
he plays
second?
second.
I mean, if you want someone who is allowed to play second base, it's really Kunkel or bust, right? Like
Yeah. Is there? I don't think there's even a Kunkel in the card shop right now. All right, I got to win some silver packs, is what you're telling me.
apparently.
I got to play some tournaments and then win some silver packs.
Like I had
That's fine.
McEwing number two, but he's so far behind. And Nakazmi's good. He's just like the only option.
Okay, yeah, I have Kunkel as the best at basically every position by like multiple wins of the 70s.
Yes, except shortstop, where Banks is like only a win behind instead of many wins.
No, I've got Sam Fold in there in one position.
Oh, I didn't look me out yet. Um, yeah, okay. I mean, with Geyer, you don't. I guess you don't need as much because at least
No, I don't
Geyer's.
need him, but I'm just saying I've got Fold as, so maybe Fold makes some sense, right?
Yeah, I assume it's kind of a backup center fielder. There's also it's interesting. I wonder if you could run live Pete Crow Armstrong as a backup center fielder. Maybe that's even
I've got him third and center behind Fold and Kunkel.
okay. Yeah, full
Um,
looks reasonable.
yeah, Kunkel just looks so necessary here.
Yeah, Kunkel does seem like an
But
important card for this.
McEwing is I guess like the cheap Kunkel substitute.
He's like Kunkel, except you took 2 wins off or 3 wins off, maybe.
Pretty much, yeah. So the answer then is put McEwing on the roster, and if I find Kunkel, I can always make the replacement. And I'm guessing I'm not finding Kunkel.
Yeah, no, it looks like that the kind of critical cards for this format from the new batch are Kunkel and Jumbo Elliott, right? The
All right,
70s that are good.
here's what I'll do. I'll put in a bid, for Kunkel, and I'll put in a bid for Jumbo Elliott, and if I get one before the thing launches, we'll go with it.
Right. Yeah, and then like I guess the other new tournament cards, Ordonez is okay, Miller's okay, Terry's okay,
I
Singer's
have
okay.
Terry. Actually, I have Terry's pretty good here. It's just I
Yeah, Terry. Well, that was cheap, so that's nice.
yeah. So actually, maybe that's all right. I'll put in a bid on Terry also. Just if I get one, I can swap him for Saberhagen.
Yeah.
Um, Zambrano's just too splitty.
So actually, we're sort of playing as many cards from the old TV1 as TV2, right? Devannon, Tennis, Horner.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah, which I think
yeah,
says something correct about the relative strengths, probably.
yeah.
Um, all right. Well, that was fun. Any
We
other
did it.
rosters people want to see us build, or are we? See, you could have got your Jumbo Elliott exactly, but you had to win.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
Well, that's your own
Stop
darn
winning.
fault. I'm trying to remember who the card was. There was one card. Was it Eddie Matthews? There was one like gold card I remember really tempted to tank for the
Yes, there's
first
an
time I
A2 Eddie
started
Matthews
playing.
2 years ago. That was amazing.
And I
It was
never
like
could quite convince myself that I should tank, but I was sorely tempted.
yeah, no, that card was really, really good. I
Um,
remember that one as well. The only ones I ever tanked for was in PT20 because um, there was no like list of anything. So the only way to get ratings on cards was to win one.
that's huh.
So I would, if there was a new card that came, because there was no like list of like these are all the tournament cards that exist. So sometimes there'd be a card you hadn't seen that would come to a tournament. So the only way to tell if it was good or not was to actually win it, or to find someone else who'd won and put it on their roster would also work. But
I
mostly you had to
see.
win it.
Oh, that sounds fun.
So like yeah, very often I would tank for a card to have because I didn't know I didn't want to see if it was good.
So you don't know if a card's good till you play it. See? See?
Right. Yeah, exactly. But I have to say, I developed some excellent tanking strategies. Uh, there's a lot of good tanking you could do back in PT20 that was quite creative.
That sounds fun. Or yeah.
I mean, it would be an interesting format actually, like a loser advances format. Like you have to put all you can't play Gem Unknown. You have to actually play cards, but the loser advances.
Hmm. Yeah, I could see that working.
Well, so Talconex, I don't think there was a TOS at that time. That was this. So PT19 was basically the alpha. PT20 was kind of like the beta. The PT21 was the first kind of like real version, I guess, or maybe partway through PT20 it became kind of a real version.
Well, that makes so it's symmetric
Um,
because PT24 was sort of a beta, and now we're in alpha,
yeah.
and pretty soon we're at no real rules.
Oh boy.
Um, yeah, yeah. Different tournament batches, I think, don't get chemistry with each other.
No, I think they do. They should, if I'm not mistaken, because they're the same subtype.
Well, here,
Um,
let's check.
I'm
I'll
pretty
no, I'll just pull
sure.
up the roster I just put
I'm
in.
pretty
We'll,
sure
we'll
they get
see.
some. Oh yeah, that's true. Like the B refs don't because they're different subtypes for whatever reason. Well, the reason is that someone didn't think about it. But
Well, my favorite is this new special edition only format, which literally is my league roster.
yeah, I think you mentioned this earlier, and I counted up
Wait,
mine. I think I have three.
didn't I just build this roster?
Uh, make sure this is the right. Maybe did you build in the roster builder? Maybe did you build it in the actual tournament?
Definitely didn't build it in the roster builder.
But I don't think you're in a real tournament right now because you see that tournament thing at the top is grayed out.
But it has a cap of 1912.
Oh, I don't know what happened. Maybe try going out and back in. Yeah, I think things got messed up because there's no tournament. You see tournament info is
I
blank.
agree. Okay, I don't know what I'm in. All right, let's try this again.
I think you ended up in some kind of purgatory tournament.
We did say alpha.
Yeah.
Apparently we meant it. Uh,
That was weird though. I've never seen that happen before, where it just like gives you a blank tournament basically.
yeah.
there's the roster back.
Right.
We found it.
All right. So chemistry. Let's just look at individual player. And so tennis. Wait, do I have no
Who's the new card?
TB2 card on this roster?
That appears to be correct.
All
That was
right.
gonna make. Well, I mean, I guess I can. I have some. I can look. I was sort of building it
All
semi.
right. I'll build a different roster. That's fine. Is there
Well,
any
I
other
can check
roster? Is
mine.
there any other roster that's more fun to build for this?
They're all kind of similar in that way. They're like medium cap, uh, floor to ceiling.
All right. Anyone someone particularly wants to see? Otherwise, I'll just click one.
Except for the wild card. The wild card is like super restricted and weird.
Let's not do that one.
Um, okay, let me see. I'm checking right now.
All right.
Yes,
I'm building iron. I'm building iron. How about that?
okay. TB1 and TB2, TB1 and TB2 do get chemistry with each
They
other.
do. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Good.
just the BREF because of the different subtypes for whatever strange reason. Okay, we're doing iron now.
We can do iron. Why not?
Oh, this one's going to be even harder because I really don't know the combinators. And here the combinators are super, super important. But
They're super important everywhere.
well, they're more important here than in silver because the no Ts,
That's true.
and they're also just
So,
generally
so
bigger
we'll start by
improvements.
putting all my combinators on and go from there. Is that what you're saying?
And oh, look, we finished.
What?
Oh, look, it's done. We built it all.
All right. Here we go. Let's start with the pitching. Oh, there's a big cap number here too, isn't there?
Actually, I have not built this one. Actually, I just assumed they're all the same. This one could be big. I haven't. The ones I checked were all big.
All right, here we go. I've got, so let me see.
The median is really big.
Including my combinators, my top options are all combinators, followed by Hank Weiss.
Wow, that's shocking. Who could have ever guessed?
What is Hank Weiss going for anyway these days?
The combinator or the
The combinator, yeah.
okay, I have Jansen actually slightly ahead of Weiss for non-combinators, but yeah, it doesn't matter. You just play
Well,
the
here you
combinators you
go. You
have.
can get one for under last 10. I mean, you're never getting 200,000 points back for buying this card, but you can get him for under last 10.
There you go. Yeah, the first sale of this card was very high. It was like 400K almost, I think.
Yeah.
So the price kind of got inflated.
All right. So I think I've got my top four with combinators as Moyer, Bruce, Gullickson, Constanti.
All right.
Definitely want those. I should probably get Bruce to level 5, shouldn't I? He's only at level 4.
I
The
think he
problem is, I'll tell you why he's not at level 5.
because you didn't buy food for him, probably.
Um, you see how this number is basically 12,000?
Yes.
That's why he's not at level 5. I can't buy food for him.
Yeah, I didn't understand why Jansen is selling for that when a lot of the other sort of meta irons are selling for more. That was a bit strange. But the combinator prices just make no sense for the most part. So
What
what are you gonna do?
what does the food for Bruce look like anyway? I'm trying
I
to
assume it's
remember.
decent. He played for a while for the same team, right?
Well, here, Joe Morgan gets me 4,000.
Oh, there you go. You can actually think of there was a Joe Morgan sale earlier. I don't know if there still is.
No, it's mostly these Claude Raymonds
That makes
are the
sense. Yeah.
best food. Uh, Problem is I need like 10 of them.
Yeah.
You
It's gonna
know.
be hard to find in one day.
Oh, okay.
Um,
I could buy a Jimmy Wynn. I could buy a Jimmy Wynn and swallow him too.
I'm playing some weird cards in this thing because I don't
What
have the
else
good
is there?
combinators. I
Oh,
just have all
here you
the
go. All
combinators.
right, Sonny Jackson's cheap. All right, we can try to boost him. It is peak gameplay, right?
So exciting.
Should we boost him live on stream for everyone and see how fun that is?
Yeah, it's great.
Let's do it. All right, how are we doing? Can we boost? We probably are nowhere close to enough points because level 5 takes way too many of these too, you know?
Yeah.
What do we got here? Oh no, we need another 2,700 points out of this. I'm not getting that from this, am I?
Oh, that's a ways to go. Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
Well, because you can get all your 5-point cards, except there's a limit of 500 cards that you can use in.
Right.
What is it? Make sure to change to click stream from OTP. What did I miss?
Clicking simulator. Yeah,
Oh,
it is a clicking simulator. Except that now you can't even tell whether the cards you're clicking on are on a roster or not because they might be on some non-combinated roster and it doesn't tell you.
that's true.
So you have to be even more careful not to accidentally click the things that you're on roster someplace because you don't know. It's great. It's almost like someone who played the game for 5 minutes would have caught that, but that can't be right.
No, because then they clearly would have fixed it, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that the way it works?
Huh?
See, I got all my ineligible. How you know what? I'm gonna come back to this. I'm gonna see if we buy some Claude Raymonds during the stream. Um,
Okay.
to be continued. All right. So we need right. Where are we? Combinators, right? We're back at
Yes.
our combinators.
Always.
Um, so the question is, do we want to go? Is it better to go full chemistry, or do I put Weiss on the roster? Because I have my level 5 Porcello as well. Level 5 Porcello is actually just almost identical to Hank Weiss.
Well, do you have good combinators to play at other positions? Like, are you playing Jake Lamb in this, or do you have Foley or something?
I don't have Foley. Yeah, I don't have Foley. Well, let's say we did this for now, and we'll see what that would give us, right? So catcher, it's always O'Neill, and then I have Needham just for a combinator as the backup,
Sure, that
right?
works.
That's got to be a waste of 8 points though for Needham, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could put Kemmler or probably Kemmler here over Wheat, but or Berg. I'm sorry, not Wheat. Wheat's the bad one. I
Well,
guess so.
Benedict in this park has got to be good if you ever face a lefty.
Benedict is, yeah, definitely a good card.
Um, all right, so first base, I have this Travis Lee, but I think the level 5 Matthews is the efficient one, right?
I mean, it's possible Jake Lamb is better than these guys we are anyway.
He might be.
Jake
And the
Lamb is
question is,
really
are
good.
we going for max chemistry?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, let's say we try to do Matthews Pujols there for a moment, right? And Dietrich and Coleman clearly make the roster as, just as options. All right, and then at second, well, yeah, then what do we actually run at second?
Uh, I mean, Punto is obviously the best.
Right. Don't have the combinator option there.
I have Juan Cast for number 2 for non-combinators, then Held, BGO can't be
Right.
combinator, Sandy
Well, the
Alomar,
question
and
is, do I want to, for example, pretend that Jorge Posada can play second base because I have a
no, I don't think
combinator?
so.
But look at this bat.
I mean, if you have a
Actually, hold
hunt,
on. Is this my starting catcher? VR. Is this a starting catcher VR in this format?
probably.
I mean, he's not a good catcher, but you know.
He hit ball good.
Well, no, but
Thing is,
that also solves the problem of needing Needham, right?
yeah, I think though probably you're gonna want to find some other player who can play catcher to do this. But I guess there just aren't very many lefties, really. So
Well, and I've got O'Neill as the other catcher. He's fine. I mean,
no, I mean like so you don't have to have Posada ever backing up VL even. But yeah, I guess it's probably fine.
so then second base. I mean, I have this Brendan Harris, I guess, who's awful defensively, right?
Let me see. Let me look at my
And then the question is,
non-combinator.
actually, wait, hold on. What if we put Hunts there?
Non-combinator second base. I have
Wait, no,
Punto
wait. Why
Castro,
don't we why
Held,
don't we just put
Biggio.
Hunts at second?
I don't hate Harris. I don't hate Harris.
No. Okay, we do that. We put Hunts at
Harris is
second, put
okay.
Barrett at short.
I mean, Hunt is always in, right? Like Hunt is always
No,
on
but
the
I'm saying put
roster.
Hunts at second, put Barrett at short. Okay, maybe we still have Harris. He's just playing third.
You know what? It's weird. It seems to be the card. This Josh Fields card, the not the new reliever, the other Josh Fields.
Yeah.
I keep coming out with this card as good, like constantly, every format. It seems.
You don't mean, hold on. Oh,
No, the reliever's really good too, but the third baseman.
yeah, I actually also have him as surprisingly good.
Like I keep ending up with this card, and it's like custom. The common version costs nothing for whatever reason.
No, I think, yeah. Well, because it's sort of this like 48 where, except for low iron, you never really want to use it, but it's just sort of sitting there.
Yeah, but like even in iron, it's not that bad. It's fine. I mean, it's weird. I don't know. Like pricing is just all over the place. I found in general, like, there isn't really a rhyme or reason to it. It feels like
Yeah, that's fair.
this cap is really big. Yeah, I'm building it myself, and I'm finding a lot of room.
Okay, so then looking at the outfielders. Oh, okay. Well, I'm always going to have run Pettis. Skip Schumacher actually at level 5 is pretty good. Okay,
Oh,
Ichiro, I have to think about
funny.
how I'm running, but he's clearly somewhere, right?
Oh, that's sort of a funny situation I have building mine where I have a combinator of West Westrom, so I'm playing him, of course.
Right.
But then I get to play Jansen without losing chemistry because they are like 10 season teammates.
Huh. Okay, that's interesting. So what if I ran something like this? So that would give me, I think I can go for a max chemistry build then if I run it this way, right? Because we're already sort of starting that. So if we went max chemistry, then that means, I'm putting in the usual cheap pitchers, right?
Right. I mean, yeah, the Ryerson, Welsh, York, Steve, those guys I assume are all in.
Well, here, I mean, I've got
Actually, Steve,
Ryerson.
maybe Steve's not great in this.
Well, he's at level 5 though,
Yeah.
so he's.
Trinkle, actually, I guess also is probably pretty good.
Well, I'm just putting in the ones that have the you put in your combinators.
Right, right. Yeah, of course.
And this is probably enough because I've got sort of 9 and 2/2 here, right?
Still kind of want to put Bill Campbell in, but it's
Yes,
probably wrong.
yes, you do. Uh,
Oh, no, Oberg. Oberg is what I should do. That makes more sense.
if you could find Oberg or Piche,
Yeah, I have both those guys, so I
If
think
you
I'm
have
gonna
the
put them in.
Combinator, I mean.
They don't have them leveled all the way, but I have the Combinator.
Usually for 4K is actually probably a pretty good deal if you can, or 10K, 10, yeah, it's probably fine. Um, Here, Oberg, you can buy the Combinator right now.
Yeah, Oberg I think was quite good at that price. I won't even want to play him. I think get the full iron. So
Let me see where I have Oberg. I mean, the problem is even at 15K, like the points are never coming back, right?
no, they're not that you're getting not that they're going to return from it, but like if you're trying to play these caps, it's a very useful card
Yeah,
in
how hard
general.
is he to level too?
He's actually not as bad as I expected he would be. Like I don't like I haven't really bought a food card in like a month. I just kind of use what I get out of packs, and if I fail, I fail. Uh,
Let me see who he's got.
but there's a decent number of
Arenado
Rockies.
has a mission, or I'm trying to remember what he has.
No, it's like a
Is it
bunch
half
of
of a
irons and
diamond?
bronzes, and there's like David Dahl and those kinds of guys, silvers and
So he'll get to
things.
level 2 easily, but he's never getting past 2. Is that the?
No, I mean there is stuff above two. It's just it's annoying because you have to buy a million silvers if you want to do it. Probably
I'm not willing to do that.
neither am I. I'm not even willing to buy one silver. Yeah, there aren't like the diamonds where you can do it like very quickly. Well, actually, just Carlos Gonzalez now. That one's pretty good. It's still a little expensive, but it gets points at least.
How many see? I don't see him in the list of. Oh no, here he is. 4 seasons. Okay.
Yeah, 2,000 points, so it's not terrible. He's still a little expensive because he's new, but he's not in missions, so he should get cheap. Oh, he's in missions. Sorry, he's in the one mission.
So I don't think he's worth the 15K then. If I'm.
No. You're mostly doing enough like Tony Walters and David Dahl and Bronze and Irons.
I don't think he's worth the 15K if I'm only getting him to level 2. Like if I'm getting him to 5, maybe I could see an argument.
Yeah,
I don't think I want him at that for level 2.
yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, see, this is still I've still got 70 points under this cap,
Yeah, the thing is
right?
also like some of the like L5 of Maxwell or something is just playing, right?
Well, here
So
I'll throw Brett Anderson on the roster then. Why not? You know. Um, I guess for this price, Travis Lee ends up on the roster.
yeah, I mean, once you have space, you just put all the guys in. Yeah, it's why not?
I can't even fill this cap, right? Yeah, I can't even fill this cap.
That's always good.
Okay, well I could put Needham on. Okay, let's put Needham on the roster and Posada can DH. That's fine, right? Um, Maybe it's like a Halubi type. Cardinal, Chacon.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of space. Yeah,
There's a ton of space on this roster, right?
thing is like, do left-handed pitchers exist in this? I guess it's Moyer, and that's
Moyer.
kind of it. Is there anyone else?
Uh, Anderson, Ryerson out of the bullpen.
Yeah, and Welsh, I guess also. Yeah, you're talking about the bullpen.
Second, third. Yeah, so Luby probably is what I've got.
Yeah, there's just no left-handed starting pitching at all. Wow, it's like completely dead.
No, actually, Luby has certain no power here. Maybe it's Chacon instead. Here, which do you like better?
Well, it really depends what you need, right? Chacon is mostly if you want something to play shortstop, I guess.
I need second, third.
Then probably Luffy.
but you know, that was the idea behind Luby. Uh, but I don't really. I mean, Pujols placed third.
Yeah.
Technically, Matthews placed third.
Yeah, the game does allow him to stand at third base. That is true.
All right. Well, this seems fine. John Coleman just appeared as a level 5.
Yeah, I got my Coleman to, I forget it was level 1 or level 2, and just, well, I don't buy for good anymore. I'm not a good example, but
No,
yeah, level 1. Okay, sure.
I still have like 20 points under this cap. You know?
Yeah, there is, it just seems like quite a lot of space.
What I want to do here. I guess what I'm supposed to do is add an outfielder, right?
Yes.
All right, I'll try to add an outfielder. So maybe we don't need Dietrich. He can become Cardinal.
Yeah, Cardinal seems okay.
I still have 10 points under the cap. All right, whatever. This is as good as it's getting, right? All right. Well, we got through it.
You have cards on the roster, which is really important.
Do I have card? Yeah, I got multiple cards on the roster.
Many cards.
Or is this Pujols? No, this Pujols is a Dodger.
Yeah.
So I have one card on the roster.
Fair enough.
And I have a Cardinal,
That's true, yeah. He
who's
was a
not a
Cardinal at some
Cardinal,
point.
but
Well, he was at some point, right? I think. I don't know if that card is.
no, this one isn't. So I have a Cardinal, but only one Cardinal.
Yeah.
You didn't need to go to Combaholics Anonymous. Nice. All right. Well, that was fun. Are there any other rosters that are particularly entertaining to build, or should we kind of?
I mean, they're all pretty similar, I think. The only one that's a different era at all is the 1970s is the wild card because it's 1976 in a different park and it's just a bunch of weirdness.
We could build that one.
Because
You know what? Let's do a draft. Actually, let's do a draft.
okay, sure.
Let's do a draft, and then we can build one. Why not? It's at least different,
It's
right?
very different. It's not really different in a way that which leads to like people making different card choices, but it is different.
All right, what is this? 1919 Oakland Coliseum. So just flat-ish. A little lefty favored, I guess.
Okay.
All right. Oh yeah, yeah, you're right. Giambi has the weird pixel thing too.
Yeah, it's just all the cards that are have it. This is actually an
I
interesting choice,
think it's
though.
Garinger. You're gonna say maybe Red Ryan because it's so hard to find.
Well, maybe even Negro,
Could be.
actually.
Well, hmm.
Like I
And
do
you
feel like
could
when we're offered two pitchers,
for both good. Yeah, that you want to take
we're kind of
one.
supposed to take one because we just don't get offered enough. I mean, Geringer's really good is the
But Garinger
problem.
is just so good, especially. I mean, it's 1919. I think we
Yeah,
got to
Geringer
take
is really
Garinger,
good.
although I hate skipping two starters.
Yeah,
It's got to be Garinger, though, doesn't it?
probably. Just hope we get the starters later.
All right. Well, we got a closer.
That card's actually not bad.
It's a good. Okay. If we think there is any chance whatsoever that we might try to run a bullpen, the other cards in this round are so bad that it's
Well,
probably
actually,
right. Aparicio
Apparicio's I
is.
think might be decent in
No,
this,
but the
even though he's
problem is
being
it's
void
all
K.
void K in
Yeah, but look,
this.
I mean, he's got all this defense,
He has
and
110
he's gonna.
range.
Appaриcio might still be good.
Just because of the 110 range?
Yeah,
Probably. I mean, yeah. All right, fine.
I mean, that lock with the starter, we're slamming it, obviously, but okay.
Okay,
So this is
so,
just we have one
well,
option.
I actually would have been pretty happy. Okay, if I had known we'd have the Altuve option, then,
Yeah, then we definitely would have not taken Garinger, but we have to take Will Clark, right? It's the only choice.
it's the only choice, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so Wade Boggs, for what it's worth, has a little bit of Abbott, but it's Will
No,
Clark.
this guy's just
It's
awful.
it's Will Clark.
It's weird for whatever reason. Like the automated thing just really does not like
Wait, did
Wade
they
Boggs. He
not? They
always
actually have a lowercase the in his. Huh.
interesting. I mean, not this Will Clark is a great card, but maybe this isn't the choice. Oh wait, Tanaka is actually
Okay,
unbelievably
he's
good for
exactly what
dead
we
ball.
want. That's
No,
simple.
that's like the best dead ball pitcher we could have asked for.
The other one, does Cedeno have a? Cedeno is pretty bad, Bippy, actually.
Actually, that Scherz, that live Scherzer might not be bad. I know it sounds crazy.
I mean, look at the picture. He's even laughing at you. All right, he needs a dentist. Um, do you think it's that? I mean, I sort of think this Cedeno might be. That's a lot of BABIP.
There's a lot of bad.
I think it's got to be Cedeno, doesn't it?
I think Pence also has a lot of bad, if I remember.
Not as much as Cedeno
I was
though.
about to say, yeah,
Yeah.
but his defense is better than a real center fielder or sort of a center fielder.
All right. My vote is Cedeno. What's your
No, I'm
vote?
fine with Cedeno. I'm fine with Cedeno.
All
I
right.
mean, Tanaka's obviously the important card in the round. The other card is a
Yes.
lot
Yeah,
less
that one we're
important.
definitely taking.
Yeah,
All right. Okay. Actually, this is not bad. This Rogers is also a pretty
Rogers is great.
good one for the format.
Yeah, that's an
Wait. Okay.
excellent
Wait.
card.
This one also they put a lowercase the, and this is even worse because like it's one thing to do it with Clark because like his nickname was sort of like Will the Thrill.
Right.
Kenny Rogers was never Kenny the Gambler.
I don't even remember the Gambler to be honest. But
Okay, that one's just wrong.
so then, well, this is
And
an
did
interesting
Buddy
pick because
Bell?
Cordova has a lot of control. I think Cordova is not terrible.
But P Babbitt does matter.
But actually, Luke Brock is probably good. Doesn't he low avoid K high BABIP? Just the rest of the card was trash. Yeah,
Yeah, and he doesn't walk against lefties at all.
yeah, but I mean that's a lot of BABIP gap power, good defense. That looks okay.
He has a lot
I
of
bet
gap
that
power.
I bet that card's good in dead ball actually.
Oh, he steals bases.
Buddy Bell also looks decent. Randy Wynn might be
Yeah, Bell
okay.
was the one I was looking at. Wynn could be okay.
I
I
think
actually
Brock is
don't
better
hate the
than
Brock
Wynn.
idea.
I think Brock is better than how many starters do we have left to go after this? 8, and we already taken
Okay,
2. That's
Fred
fine.
Lewis, this might be a better bat than Brock, depending on what you think the base running gives you.
Well, the defense is a lot worse though, and he has to play right. Well, Brock has to play left. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. This is an interesting card too, yeah.
Let's try
I don't
Brock, and
know.
we'll just crank his stolen base slider.
Okay. Piper Davis is great.
Yeah, I'm looking wrong Maddox. Wrong. Let's see. It's not a good Hudson. Okay, so it's always Piper Davis. I mean,
Yeah, we definitely
it's a
got
little
good luck
too
there.
avoid K, but fine.
We definitely had good luck there not taking Bell. That was turned out to be definitely the right decision,
So
like we saw
Macklemore
later.
might be the option then, just because he
So
runs
we
this at all the positions.
we could try to make Maddox a starter actually, because the things that he's going to get hit on are home runs and strikeouts, right? And we don't really care about those. And he's pretty good otherwise.
He's got 4 pitches.
It's maybe a decent hedge against some kind of disaster in the
Yeah,
silver
you know
round.
what? Let's try that. Why not? I like that. Now this is a
Okay,
turn. Okay, well,
this is a tough
so
round actually.
okay, so Teixeira, this is just a decent bat.
Teixeira and Judge are both pretty good. Lorenzo
Judge,
is
okay,
probably our
Judge
starting.
is going to be the best of these bats for 1919.
Lorenzo, I think, is this. Lorenzo's almost certainly our starting catcher,
We
right?
need him as a cat. I think it's Lorenzo and Judge.
Cintron is interesting, but yeah, it's probably Lorenzo and Judge. Yeah,
The thing is, Cintrone is so avoid K heavy.
that's true. That's true. All right, yeah, I'm on board with Lorenzo and Judge.
Do we have a DH? I should know
Yes,
this
there's a
coming
DH in
in. We
this.
do. Okay, so
There
then
is.
we have
Yeah.
space for everybody so far.
Yep.
Okay, well, I think is it always Benjamin and Fothergill, or I mean, is there anything to look at?
Fuentes is a decent shape, but we're not taking a reliever. Oh, McMillan is interesting too.
Oh, yeah, it's a pretty good shape for the era. And we
You
can
already
run
have.
both him and Aparicio because we have plenty of space. Mumphrey's not horrible, but
Yeah, we can't start them both, but we can put them both on the roster without trouble. If we're taking him, is it Fothergill or Benjamin? Probably
it's
Benjamin.
Benjamin, yeah.
Yeah,
So
definitely
maybe it's
Benjamin.
Benjamin McMillan.
Maybe.
All right, let's do that.
All right.
I don't completely hate Fold, by the way.
No. Actually, probably Ionetta is not so
All
awful
right.
either.
Well,
Okay.
so
Well,
I'll just click one real quick, and then
and
before it
then you
disappears.
and then you click Tommy Sampson
And
also.
I think you click Tommy Sampson also, but we can at least look at the
Actually,
round before.
Presley's decent. Murphy might be. No, Murphy's too home run, I
Murphy's
think.
probably home run heavy for this.
Presley's not bad. We don't really need pitchers, right? We have enough coming.
Yeah. And you're sure we should take Dickie Thon?
I think so. But
Now
yeah,
the funny
definitely
question is
Garinger.
where we run him, because I think Dickie Thon has to be our third baseman.
That's fine. So I mean, it's definitely
He
at
also
this
it's
point we would
fine.
have been much better off in the end with Ryan or Necro instead of Garinger, but we of course
Yes,
didn't know
yeah,
that.
we definitely would have.
All right, Stahl is really good.
Stahl, I don't know where we put, but I guess it's just an extra bat.
I think you just platoon DHs with Judge.
And it's probably Sims. Just now we have two
Do we need?
catchers.
Well, I think we might start taking pitchers just to fill out the bullpen.
We've got 9 pitches left after this.
I would say 4. Okay, it's not terrible. That's not terrible.
Should
Yeah, we
do
can't
this?
really complain about bad card quality for this draft.
No, we've had some cards.
You could use another outfielder of some kind. Um,
Raul Banez is an outfielder of some kind.
well, sort of.
Okay, actually, this Archie Vaughn is not bad either.
We have so many infielders, but yeah, that card is decent. Um, Eaton. Eaton might be decent. Yeah, we could look at Eaton.
Eaton's all. Oh yeah,
Does
Eaton's fine. Sure.
let's take Eaton then. Yeah. Do any of our infielders play outfield by chance?
That's what I was just
Or
looking.
oh, Piper
No.
Davis does,
Well,
right? Piper
Okay, sorry,
Davis.
Piper Davis.
That's actually useful though, because if we put
And Lorenzo does.
Thon at third though, we might actually put Piper Davis in the outfield at some point. Could be a useful backup. Okay. I think
Probably Archie just because it's a good card.
unless it's either Archie or just take a pitcher to get them out of the way. which I
I
guess would
assume
have
we're
to
eventually going to have
be.
a round where we don't get hit over the head with infielders and we take pitchers, right?
Yeah, surely, surely he'll get one eventually.
Just think about it. If you think this draft is good, wait till we do a TWIP draft. Okay, so
Okay, we
this
did.
Nick Maddox is actually great.
Yeah, Nick Maddox is good. Unfortunately, Andujar and Rennes both have like 10 controls. They're not pickable. Uh, but we have to take two pitchers here, right? We just got offered five of our remaining pitchers in this round, so we have to take two.
I think it's still a Santos then.
Okay. Yeah, that looks better than guys with 10 control.
Shiba has 51 control.
Oh, we have two pitchers left. We have to take them both after this.
Yeah, so I think we're good.
Okay. So we have actually our fourth ticket. We have no choice. I mean, we have to take two pitchers in the last round, whichever one's
All
the
right, well, we're going to take two
EP
pitchers.
Shaw, and I don't see the other one. Oh, Darren
And
McCarn.
then, do you like any of
Or,
these others particularly? See, this is the round
no,
we're happy to take pictures because we finally didn't get, all right. So I think it's probably at least one of the maybe it's just both outfielders, Ethan? It's
sure.
at least one of
Or
the
two outfielders.
outfielders.
Yeah, two outfielders and some random other guy. Maybe just take the catcher in case we want to put Lorenzo in the outfield or something.
Sure. All right. This is actually a legitimately decent draft.
Yes, if we could trade Garinger for Nico Orion, this would actually be pretty hard to get better than.
Yeah. But even so, so now the question is, so Nick Maddox is actually a really good bronze for this. So given
See,
that, we still want to try to run Mike Maddox? Because really the difference between them is a ton of home run suppression in return for having to deal with Maddox not being a starter.
um, do we think Maddox is gonna not get through a whole game? Because if he's not gonna get through a whole game, then we should play Maddox.
But if he doesn't get through a whole game, we should play Maddox?
Yes, I think.
So what do you think, Maddox or Maddox?
I think Maddox. Yeah.
I'll take a quick poll in chat.
I guess probably our bullpen is just a bit too scary. Like the Shaw and whatever live guy we had to take were really bad looking. And the A will bring them in if Maddox doesn't make the whole game. So probably we should play
So let's
Maddox.
probably play Maddox.
Probably.
Yeah. And then you run Maddox the stopper.
Yeah.
And you run
Yeah. The only two
everybody else
pitchers
and you
who
run everybody else as
I mean if De Los Santos comes in, it's not the end of the world. If Shaw and whatever, I don't remember that guy's name, McCahan was it? We really don't want them to come in.
I have never seen this player.
I have not either. There is a live reliever this time around from the Marlins who's really good actually. Declan Cronin is like close to a playable bronze and no comment to bronze.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what we actually want to run here. So VR Clark. Yeah, Thon at third. This is probably
Uh,
actually close, right?
yeah, unless Piper Davis
Unless
is a
we can
better
find
outfielder than
more,
Cedeno.
I was gonna say, can we find more center field defense?
I don't know what Piper Davis' outfit looks like because I've
No,
never
so
actually played him there.
Cedeno 82. Yeah, Benjamin's the center fielder. Yeah, this is the best defensive alignment, it looks like.
Okay. All right, then yeah, this looks right then.
Well, hold on. No, I think Joe Judge might be the DH instead of Piper.
Davis.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm pretty sure it's Joe Judge,
okay.
actually.
And then probably it's stall the other way then I guess.
No, I mean, Judge, look at Judge. He has BABIP and I. Those are the two things he has. Like
Yeah,
to
but
double gas
Stall
him.
is so much BABIP VI. It's like 125 or something.
Doesn't have the I, though. Yeah, all right, it's probably still stall the other way. All right, we'll run stall the other way.
And then Piper Davis just kind of backing up everything, I guess, except shortstop because Brett McMillan. It's
Well,
actually ridiculous
I
how many good
can't
infielders
believe
we
that it
got.
wants this depth chart, so let's maybe we should fix that. Although
It's
we're gonna run into the depth chart bug is the problem.
it's really amazing we got this many good infielders. Like we have what, one, two, three. We have like six or seven good infielders
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, this was a good draft.
Yeah.
Well, if we're in the middle of getting good drafts, there's really only one thing we can do, right?
Uh, do a twip draft to balance things out.
That was my thinking. What do you think? Should we
we're, we're guaranteed to get bad cards there.
should we trip draft it? I guess I have a PTCS draft as well.
Yeah, they're actually slightly different this time, which is weird. They're both this nearly perfect stuff, but one of them is the 76 with Olympic Stadium, one of them's 84 with LA Coliseum. So they are
All right,
slightly
but
different.
here we go. Let's do a TWIP draft. Will this be the week that we finally, get out of round one without the draft dying?
We can get Wagner and Tulowitzki now, I think. That would be a good cards in
That'll
this
make all
this
the
one.
difference. All right, here we go. Let's do this. Oh, they've changed the TWIP format.
Oh, it's this okay, well then at least there's no thinking.
Yeah. The question is, in this
Okay.
new format that is now entirely luck-based, will that fix everything for us?
Maybe.
Let's do it. All right. 2 out of 6 catchers.
Okay,
All right.
well,
I'll pick one. I'll let you pick the other. How about that?
the other one's not hard either.
This is not a.
I mean, we have 5 launch cards, and one of them's 100, and the other ones aren't. So it's not so tough.
Yeah, I know, but it's never Campanella and Comerica just to like hope
No,
he
no, no.
runs into one. No, it isn't. All right. Yeah. All right. Fine. All right. Um.
All right, this one's again pretty easy, I guess.
I've seen worse rounds.
Yeah, but
It's never. Is it ever Killebrew in this park?
no. So Riley's just better.
I
Pretty
know,
sure.
but I sort of wanna. Yeah, all right. Could you at least get the
I mean,
logo right for these teams? That's half the fun of it. Get the card art right.
we got the wrong Helton. That was our problem.
We did.
The other Helton would be pretty good. Yeah, I'll take him. All right, so this one is.
I'm gonna argue
Gosh,
for
this one's
Yank Robinson, and then we're gonna go for Holiday, I guess. Scales
actually
isn't
Scales is
awful.
decent.
Scales isn't awful. So the question
No,
is
Scales might be
positional
okay.
flexibility.
Special flexibility, you think is worth very little in this because you just get one player per possession and you can't move them. So
Well, then it
it's
probably
like,
is. Then it probably is Scales. Yeah, that's probably Scales, right?
all right, let's go for Scales.
Yeah, because I was thinking Holiday. Yeah,
No, it
right. I
doesn't
was.
matter. Like you just play the card. Them there. All right, so Roland, I guess, or actually Matthews is okay too.
Well, so Matthews
Probably in
does
this
fit the
park.
park, but even I think it's still like Matthews. It's a
Some
lot.
Matthews.
That's a
Okay,
lot
I
of
mean
power.
they're pretty close. I guess it's not super relevant, probably.
I think it's Matthews.
All right. Yeah, I guess we have a bunch of big
Well,
VL
all
cards
right,
already.
all right. I know which one I'm taking here.
We did it. We did it.
We did
Hooray!
it.
Look, that one is more overall rating than the other 5.
We just take the highest overall.
I think the highest overall.
This is by far our best trip draft yet.
Yeah, well, we have a Wagner, so that's you can't get better than that.
Okay,
Okay,
now
so
this
this
one might
is
not be the 100
no, this is
just
probably
because
Cespedes.
Cespedes is the new release. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably close between Cespedes and Parnell. But
All right. So what do you think? Should we
all
take the
right,
100 or the 101?
let's take the 101 because it's actually a pretty good 101. Also, I think Judge might be better card than Edmonds.
Yeah.
All
Ooh.
right, this is Benny Koff, of course.
Yeah, I know. I want it to be strawberry, but it's Benny Koff. It's never Sammy in this park, I guess.
No,
Because
no, it's Benny
Koff still
Koff.
has some power.
Yeah, Koff is just a good card. It's still a league playable card. So, all right. So this is I assume Teixeira.
Well, I'll have to think because this is going to be our
This is our DH.
backup.
This is our
The
DH.
question
This is our
is, do you
DH.
want that as a DH? Because like Beltran would give you a good two position backup.
I mean, we get
Teixeira
other
is your
backups.
DH.
I think it's just Teixeira's best hitter. We take Teixeira.
Okay, so you don't. All right.
Like we're gonna get silvers and stuff that can play the position. So and single elimination. I'm pretty sure
That's true.
we just go for the good hitter.
All right. And we're on to pitching.
All right.
And we got to take
We
five.
got
This is really
banana.
important. Okay, let's take the 100.
So we take the
The
100, the
100.
101, the 100, and the 100, and the 100. We
The
did it.
100 and the 100. Well, okay, hold on. Hold on. We do have to talk
Actually,
about Brandon Webb versus Chris Carpenter.
and actually, Carruthers is also a really bad pitcher. If we're just saying Carruthers is a pitcher, it might be Webb Carpenter, not Carruthers. This is really bad. The question is, are we ever playing Carruthers in the outfield? I guess we might. He's
We
actually
might
going to be better
actually,
than this.
yeah.
He's going to be better than the silvers we get for outfield. So we might actually have him as a backup outfielder. Then we
He's
probably take him.
101. How could you not take the 101?
Yeah, he's like worse
All
than a
right.
number
So
of
what do
goals
we
in the
think
league.
about Webb versus Live Scooble versus Carpenter?
It's probably Webb still.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I mean, this is sort of why this format is so silly. You can get a good diamond and a bad 100, and the 100 is still better.
all right. Well, we'll just take the big numbers.
Yeah. And now we get some gold relievers. So this
Okay.
is
Well, let's take the big number.
Yep.
Oh, we got
And
five
then
of these.
yep.
All right. Let's take the more
So
recent card.
Guy Alexander is pretty decent. I think
Wait, Alzolay was decent till the re-rate. I haven't seen the re-rate.
no, he's no
No,
home run
that
anymore.
looks like it hurt him a lot.
Yeah.
Tank
Um.
this. Oh, this is fine.
Yeah, Hentus is okay. I guess I don't know how to pronounce that. And I
Suarez,
guess
I've heard good things about Suarez. I mean, it's a different Suarez, but
I played
you
him
know,
PT Live a lot when he was a silver.
yeah. So Duvall was good before the re-rate, but this clobbered him.
He was a low diamond at some point too. Yeah, he's probably still
That's a
okay,
horrendous
but
shape, though.
a lot of rating points. But he was a bad shape. I don't know. It's just a bunch of random lives. It probably doesn't matter much. I don't know what any of the other ones look like.
Maybe it's Kenley.
Yeah, that looks okay.
So it's Kenley or Suarez. I guess PBAP is worth something, not quite zero.
No, but
Suarez.
Kenley's more. I think no. There's a lot more stuff on Jansen. I think it's
All
probably
right.
Jansen.
Am I the only one, by the way, that wants to balk him every time like I watch him pitch?
I think there was a rule clarification at some point that like it wasn't a balk because he did it so consistently. I think it was like I remember that back when he was with the Dodgers, there was some kind of rule clarification about him in particular.
Okay. Wait
Okay,
a sec.
so
Did we just get offered Lorenzo? No, that was the other draft.
the draft. So Thorpe, Lorenzo, and
So Lorenzo would be our third catcher, right?
yeah, it's
Because
okay
we're
because he
forced
can
to
play other
take two.
positions though, right?
Some infield
I mean,
backup.
because he can play other spots, so I think it's okay. Like he can play third, all right. He can, and Wagner can also move, and Scales can move.
And maybe it's Carr.
Probably. And we also have Carruthers as an outfielder.
Wait, Ted Brightonstein? I thought it was. I've always seen that as Theodore.
I think his name got shortened at some point for PT because it didn't fit on the cards anymore.
I see. Wait. Okay. What is the like necktie like thing that he's wearing in this card art?
Oh yeah, I don't know. Just wear a necktie because why not?
But that's not on any of the other cards, is it? And it's shiny, right? It's like sparkling.
Oh, okay, Brightenstein is kind of weird. So BREF only lists him as Theodore, but doesn't even list his nickname as Ted. It lists his nickname as Theo.
Yeah.
So
I'm saying
where
I've never
Ted came
seen
from.
I've never seen Ted for that
Well,
person.
other than it didn't fit on the card because his name is really long and they shortened it. which I guess is possible. But I don't know why he wouldn't go with Theo. That's actually listed on
Theo
his
would
profile.
actually fit historically though, right?
Well, it says on BREF his nickname is Theo,
Yeah.
but it's listed as Theodore. So yeah, Theo I could have understood. Ted I don't get. Yeah, that's an interesting point. I guess I can look at his Saber bio.
The card though, I don't think I think it's Wayne Carr, right?
Yeah, Carr is my better card. Uh, oh yeah, there's a note in his Saber bio. Although record books give his name as Ted Breitenstein, the research for this biography found no evidence that he was called Ted by his contemporaries. So yes, I think it is just wrong.
Okay. So someone who's capable of communicating to OTP should tell them to change it. All right. Winkowski is probably the least bad
We
pitcher.
do have enough pitchers already. We don't have to take the pitcher.
Oh, we don't have enough pitch. Okay, yeah. So then
So
it's
I
what?
guess we take Patek, right?
Yeah, that's the shortstop backup, and we like two outfielders, so
We,
at least
Komorowski's new. I
Komorowski.
don't know if the card's good, but it's new, so let's take him.
It's kind of awful, but it's new.
New is better. New is better than not new usually.
Oh, by the way, we predictably forgot to set Lou Brock's stealing slider.
Oh, actually, Komorowski's going to get chemistry with Wagner, right? Like a good deal of it.
Oh, that's true. We can make Hannes better.
Yeah, just what we needed because that card wasn't good enough. And then we don't actually have another outfielder,
No. So we just choose
so
the best. Well,
let's choose the best
technically
card.
Monasterio plays outfield. Maybe it's Monasterio just.
Maybe it's Monasterio.
Well, okay. I mean,
Yeah,
Hannes is our fifth outfielder otherwise,
we move with Carruthers too. Sure.
and Carruthers. All right, let's
So
take Monasterio just to
I think
have
we're okay.
the.
Because Carruthers is definitely a better outfielder than Komorowski is, or Patek with Wagner moving to the
I
outfield.
think we drafted okay in this one.
Yeah, this was pretty good.
Okay, let's get the order
Mostly,
right. So it's probably Tanana, Sutton, Pray for Rain.
definitely Tanana, Sutton.
Maybe
I guess probably
Scherzer, Webb,
Scherzer, Webb, Carruthers.
Carruthers. This is this, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Tafel next. It was open last time. Also, they just given up on that format. It seems like it just keep making it open. Just open with one arrow, open with a different arrow, open with a different park, whatever. I agree, it's silly, but yeah. I think that's sort of what we've, like the whole cycle is seems to be moving further, like sort of progressively moving further and further away from like
Skill.
what I'd like to see as someone who's interested in like roster building and
Skill.
competitive stuff.
Skill is the
Skill,
word you're
in other
looking for.
words,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, it is what it is. That's sort of why I'm not so interested in playing as much as I was, anywhere close to much as I was at some point.
All right. Anything
So
interesting
Cespedes should go in.
here
Cespedes should go in over Carruthers for sure.
to start? Yeah, Carruthers,
Yeah,
that's fine.
Carruthers is a
Okay,
good backup
okay.
though.
So this is, I guess Gabby can DH if we really wanted him to.
No, it's
It's still
Teixeira.
Teixeira, but
Teixeira is
what I
better.
was going to point out was the roster bug that came out of
Oh,
this.
yeah, but Lorenzo can back up catcher if we really need it also.
Right. So actually, in this case, it's okay.
Yeah.
Share.
This looks correct. Oh, except Monasterio shouldn't be backing up second and third. That should be someone else. I guess probably Lorenzo.
Well, Lorenzo is really third. I think I'm willing to do
Third is fine.
61 range. You know what? With that bat, still Lorenzo.
It's a bat is so much better than Monasterio.
Yeah, still got to be right.
Okay, that looks good. Oh, we can switch Carruthers. Carruthers Cespedes this way also.
And now the big question: do you agree with their lineup choice, or is the answer pretty much as long as you've got Hannes in the lineup, it doesn't matter?
I think that's yeah. Also, this looks pretty reasonable as lineups go for the AI. Oh, we need to put the share in also instead of Barnett. Forgot to do that
Oh, do we?
as well.
see if that changes lineup thinking.
Now we should probably put the Teixeira up a little bit higher. Yeah, that looks fine.
All right. This is by far the best draft we've ever done because we got a Hannes in there.
No one has a higher overall rated card than us in this draft, so that means we win, right?
Clearly. No, this is, I mean, we'll go out first round because it's single elimination. It's always random, but this is by far the most like actually competitive draft we've done in Flipped on Stream.
Yeah, I mean, we really only hit one of the good pitchers, so there's going to be someone better out there who hit more than one good pitcher in Wagner.
Yes.
But yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's legitimately a competitive draft.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say.
Yep.
See, it only took us how many have we done this cycle?
So many. Well, the problem was we didn't have 102 overall cards in any of the drafts, so we just didn't know which was the right cards to take.
No, you know what it is? It's the change in format. As soon as we went to a less skill format, we could finally compete.
Well, that's true. That is true.
That's what we needed. It's the lower skill format that gave us a chance.
Yeah.
Hey, Ludwig. See, all we needed was to take the skill out, and now we're good.
Yep.
Totally a solution.
Well, it is a solution.
Yeah. There was a thing I was going to do. Oh, that's right. I was going to go to the setting roster, and we were going to crank Lou Brock Steel Slider.
Oh, yes. Brock needs to run.
Ooh, it automatically cranked its. Okay, it didn't crank the stolen base enough, but it,
Yeah, those auto things are a bit funky.
Okay. What should we do? Do we want to look at any more PTCS rosters? Should we call it a stream?
Well, they optioned Duvall. I didn't realize he was pitching that badly. I knew I knew it wasn't great, but I didn't realize it was that bad. What was he doing? I mean, his season numbers don't look that horrible. I mean, it's a big jump in home runs and a jump in walks, but it doesn't look like unplayable. I mean, you probably don't want him as a high leverage reliever with that sort of results, but was like the last month really bad or something?
Must be, I guess, right?
But yeah, it looks like I guess he had sort of a good start to the year, and then the last 2 months he's been pretty awful. So I guess that's probably why they just didn't, like, the first 2 months of the year was good, and then the last 2 months he's been terrible. I guess they just decided that it wasn't worth trying to fix in the major leagues anymore.
Yeah, I'm looking at splits now, and well, June was pretty bad. July looked like it was okay. He was also getting BABIP to death though. Like 455 BABIP in July, 414 in June.
Yeah, those are very high. And also in June he's got a super unlucky on leaving runners on. But the home run rate is definitely home run and the walk rates definitely seem concerning. Like, it's a lot of home runs.
I mean, 4 though, right? Isn't it? I mean,
yeah, but I mean, it's not that many innings.
It's not that many innings. But I'm just saying, like, you're still talking about 4.
Sure. But I mean, he used to be a super home run prevention pitcher. Like, he gave like none the past 2 seasons, and now he's giving up as many as those seasons in 2/3 of the innings. Like, that's and the same number of walks too. Like, clearly there's something going on.
Yeah.
The Giants. Yeah, I don't know why they have Chapman. Chapman is good. Tyler Fitzgerald should get a Gold Glove with that way he's been hitting.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I have seen the Giants play baseball this year.
I probably watched a game of them at some
Yeah, so
point.
I actually have no idea what that defense looks like.
But the Chapman's obviously really good. Um, I don't know what Tyler Fitzgerald's metrics look like, but obviously they're not going to take him out of the lineup the way he's hitting. Uh, oh, actually, looks like his defense's metrics like his defense also. Okay, so he's just amazing then, apparently. I mean, he's getting lucky on the offense to some degree, but
Are they still running Ahmed at short? Because he'll be
no,
fine.
he got injured. He got
Okay.
injured.
I mean, he
That's
should
what
be
they call
fine.
it. They called it Fitzgerald, and Fitzgerald is apparently just like the best hitter ever. So
Sounds like a plan.
that works out well.
Um, yeah, I guess Duvall's been pretty wild too now that I look at it.
Yeah, it definitely seems like there's been some decline in his skills from the previous two seasons. I don't know if it's enough that I wouldn't put him down, but uh, I don't know what the rest of the Giants system looks like in terms of relievers they have available and whatever. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's always tough to figure out.
I didn't quite understand what they're doing at the deadline though, like trading some but not all players and holding guys and they're not in contention. I don't know. I didn't understand that. But yeah, I mean, there's no way Fitzgerald is this good. I agree. It seems like, I mean,
No, but there's
if you're going to
other
hit that
like
well for a month, you must have something decent. But it
but
does
there's
not. I
also
agree.
other
It seems.
stuff in there that you think will change. So like for example, I mean I didn't think Snell was as good as, the offseason rumors and all, but I mean, he should be better than this, right?
Well, I mean, he had the 15 strikeout game and then no hitter, and then another decent start a couple days ago against the
That's what I'm
Nationals.
saying. Yeah, so he'll,
So
there are things that they're going to
seems
get
like
back, is what I'm trying to
he's
say.
picking it up a bit. I guess the National League, the wild card is pretty bunched up, right? It's a lot of teams within a couple games. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're only 3 games out, so that's definitely you could definitely make that up.
Um, yeah, because sometimes you just sort of argue that like that's your deadline acquisition.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I guess I don't like. I don't think they didn't get much for Soler. I don't understand why they did that if they were going to go for this.
Okay,
But
I'm just picking up Snell. That's incredible. Um, I mean, I guess that makes sense, but like, just I was just looking at his 2024 line. He leads all major leagues with one shutout.
there must have been more than one, right? Because other pitchers pitch no hitters.
Well, I'm sure there are other
He's
pitchers that
like
have,
tied.
no. But I mean, just the fact that one
Oh yes,
shutout in
one
August
shot at his lead.
is your major league lead,
Yeah,
you know, I mean, I know that's the direction things have gone, but still just sort of seeing it that way,
yeah, it is a bit strange. It's true. Shutouts are very rare now.
I mean, what it does is it basically confirms that Dusty Baker's really retired.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. Yeah, there
Uh,
are 14 pitchers who have thrown a shutout this year.
yeah.
None more than once.
So without looking it up, what do we think is going to be the league lead at this point in complete games? You think anyone's
Oh,
thrown? I'm going to say someone's thrown like two for
there
sure.
must be someone who's thrown two.
You think anybody's thrown three?
I think didn't Bailey Ober. I think Bailey Ober may have thrown three. He
So
could be
you
misremembering
think
though.
somebody's thrown three?
It's at least two. Valdez, yeah, Valdez could have some. He got one the other night, right? Oh no, he didn't because the game went into extras.
I'm gonna go two. I'm gonna go two.
I don't know. I feel like there's someone who throws three. I just can't think of who, but I don't know.
All right, should I look it up?
Sure. Well, actually, I have the page already. I can just sort by the other thing instead.
All right, you can look it up then.
Oh, there are only two pitchers who have two, and I would not have guessed either one.
So it's not the ones we mentioned then.
No,
And I had Snell's page up, so I know it's not Snell.
it's not Snell. Well, no, it's the first time Snell ever pitched the ninth inning in his career.
Uh, Let me think if I can guess. All right, it's got to be one of the Phillies starters because they've kind of just all been good and going deep into ball games. Nola? I don't know. Really could be any of them. Is it one of the Phillies?
No, the Phillies have had four different pitchers throw a shutout, but they've all only had one complete game. They've had shutouts by Nola, Christopher Sanchez, Suarez, and Tyler Phillips. Amazingly, none by Wheeler, which is like sort of interesting, but one of them I think is almost impossible to guess because he's had a bad season. The other one is maybe gettable.
No, I definitely can't do it. But
okay, so the one that I think is potentially gettable is Max Fried.
Okay.
Who has pitched pretty well. The one that I don't think you ever could have gotten, unless I guess you're a big Blue Jays fan, is Kevin Gausman.
Wait.
It was like a 4.50 ERA, but two complete games.
Huh. Okay. He's 10-8 already on the season, which is just a lot of decisions.
Yeah, but he's not. I mean, he's given up a lot of runs, but somehow I guess he just had two games where he didn't. So
yeah. Huh. All right. There you go.
Like at the start of the year, he would have been a pitcher. He would have made a lot of sense to lead the incomplete games, but given what has happened this season with him, I certainly would not have guessed that.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah, Stroman. Does Stroman have? Stroman doesn't have any actually.
Yeah, because some of the guys you would have thought would be up there just based. Well, a lot of the guys having really good seasons just they don't let go deep into ball games, I guess.
That's kind of interesting. So there are 14 shutouts, and only 9 complete games that aren't shutouts.
Huh.
I guess basically, if you get up a run, they're pulling you at that point. Like once you get in the late innings, if you start giving it a run, they just get rid of you.
All right. So this would take more looking, but of those 14 shutouts, how many do you think are against the White Sox?
God, it's got to be a lot. I mean, we could figure it out pretty easily because there are only 14 and we just go through and find the games.
Yeah, but that's way too much work.
Yeah. None of them play for the White Sox, so. Well, actually, we can figure it out pretty easily, right? Well, some of them we can figure it easily, right? Because, okay, so let's see. Ronald Blanco's no-hitter was not against the White Sox, right?
I mean, it's easy enough to look up. It's just...
Cease's no-hitter also not against the White Sox. Snell's no-hitter not against the White Sox. Webb just had one the other day against the A, so he didn't have it. That's all I got for the ones I know off the top of my head. So it's at most 10.
Okay, the White Sox got shut out 8 times in their first 22 games.
The White Sox are not very good.
They might be worse than that.
Yeah. I don't know. When you set your franchise record for a loss streak twice in the same season.
Wait, It took the White Sox 9 series this season to go a series without being shut out.
That's really bad. The White Sox have scored 360 runs. The next lowest team has 423, which is the Marlins. And the team after that is 470.
Yeah.
And they've also allowed the most runs of any team. No, the Rockies have a lot more. Sorry, the Rockies have a lot more.
Yep. It's yeah.
Is there a team that's got no team has 600 runs yet. Most is 598 by the Diamondbacks. So they're only 230 runs ahead of the White Sox. Jesus, that's a lot. Like almost 2 runs a game ahead.
It's yeah. And the White Sox, of course, have not shut out anybody this season.
I mean, it's amazing to be that bad. It really is. I do wonder if there are any AAA teams that would be better. Right? It doesn't seem impossible this time that there would be.
Right. They could set the run differential record, actually.
I guess because the Spiders didn't play enough games. Yeah. They're not going to set the record per game, but
you have to remember the Spiders played basically every game on the road.
Well, also the Spiders were a team that was intentionally made bad because they stole the players to put the other team.
Right.
I mean, let's see. What is the record for run differential?
Minus 349. They're in range.
Oh no, the Spiders have them beaten. Never mind, they were not touching the Spiders. I didn't realize the Spiders were quite this bad. In 1899, the Cleveland Spiders were minus 723.
Okay, that is pretty bad. So it must be a modern record that they're.
Yeah. Yeah, what Wikipedia says it's the 1932 Boston Red Sox, minus 349.
Yeah, that's the one I thought was.
Yeah. I'm looking at the roster now, 1932 Boston Red Sox, and I do not know very many players on this team. It's like
Let me see who's
very, very few.
To be fair, they were only 2 games under their Pythagorean, so they were just bad.
Yeah.
Their third baseman was named Urbane.
Urbane Pickering. Yeah, that is not a player I am aware of.
No. So how many of these players have had a PT card, I wonder?
Pete Appleton has. He just got one, actually. Bob Klein, I'm pretty sure, had Listenby. We'll see more, of course.
Todd always does. Earl Webb has had one because the triples.
Yep. Marty McManus. Charlie Berry, I'm pretty sure, has had cards. I think Smead Jolly had a card one year.
And we've had a Daniel Faden, I think.
Otto Miller, I think, has a card this year.
We had a fair few, actually.
So it's a decent. I mean, Rabbit Worsler is a guy who I thought should have a card. He's a really weird player. I don't know if he actually has that one though. That's true, actually. That's a good point. Yeah, the Orioles, like with Kowser and Kerstad and Holiday, they probably would be better than the White Sox. Yeah. Certainly, like a AAA All-Star team would be much better. Then you could put a lot of good players on it.
Well, what is their
But yeah,
total team
probably
WAR? Because the assumption is that your AAA team
the White Sox.
is
I
pretty
can
close to
look.
zero, right?
Yeah, should be basically. Let's see, Fangraphs, teams, White Sox. Okay, the White Sox have minus 5.6 offensive WAR and 7.5 pitching WAR. So I guess
So
that's
they're
what
they're
plus
above
1.9.
replacement.
So yeah, not so different from a AAA team, I guess.
So if they had, traded their ace at the deadline as they should have, except that he's like, you got to pay me extra money to leave the White Sox.
Right. Yeah, it looks like 200% of the White Sox team WAR is generated by Garrett Crochet. And actually, Fetty, who was 2.7, they traded away. So they're, you know, so and yeah, they traded the Young too, right? And Tommy Pham. So
Yeah, so
two of
I
their
mean, the thing is, you could do the Jake Berger rant,
and
except Jake
Pilar,
Berger's now gone.
right? But yeah, I mean, what is this? Yeah, three of their eight positive WAR hitters they've traded away, and their second best pitcher they've traded away.
And yet, they're not last in the league in attendance.
Yeah, that is amazing. Yeah, Drew Thorpe is interesting. I agree. That seems like the only pitcher of relevance outside of Crochet that they have.
Well, I guess he's injured at the moment.
I mean, it's not clear he's going to be good, but there is at least something there. I think potentially. But yeah, the rest of the team is just completely. The thing is that a lot of these positive WAR players, hitters, are like guys who just didn't play enough for their bad talent level to get through. Right? It's like Moncada with 40 plate appearances, Remy Yard with 40 plate appearances, Pilar with 30, Riley Baldwin with 65. Like they only have four players with any decent playing time who have positive WAR, and they traded two of them.
Yeah.
Martin Maldonado has managed to put up one negative 1.6 WAR in 150 plate appearances. That is impressive.
That's Tony Suck level.
His WRC plus is 10.
Which is somehow not the worst on the team.
Is it not? That's. Oh, yeah, there's a guy with minus 15. Minus 50. Jeez.
Yeah. On the plus side, they've got prime Andrew Benintendi
Something like that.
locked in for several more
Yeah,
years.
that was their biggest free agent contract ever, right? They was
Yeah.
like
So, they got that done.
Noah Schultz. Yeah, they didn't call up though, right? Yet, or did I? I think he's still in AAA, or did maybe I missed his call up? Yeah, they didn't call him up yet. But yeah, he does seem like he could be good. But their prospects are also bad, I think, right? They
Wait,
hung him a
their
lot.
entire starting lineup has an OPS plus under 100.
Oh, Colson Montgomery, I forgot about him. Yeah, okay, they have a couple of these prospects.
Yeah, their entire starting lineup has an OPS plus under 100.
That yeah, yeah.
That's
Well, they
really
traded
hard to
away
do.
the two players who didn't. They traded away. So, oh, actually, DeYoung was got under it. Actually, so it was just family. Yeah.
Yeah, it's impressive.
But they have no prospects for being better in the near future, right? They only have a few good prospects, but not really enough to support any kind of rebuild.
Well, I think they needed to trade away Crusade. It's just, he somehow managed to refuse. How do you get leverage to do that? You know,
Well, I mean, clearly he didn't. I guess he just thought that teams would be so desperate for pitchers that they'd be willing Like they'd be willing to do it anyway, and then at least he got a free extension out of it. But
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't know. I mean, certainly every contending team would want to have Garrett Crochet on the roster,
right.
but yeah, I don't know.
I mean, that is a team that would lose to our Twip drafts.
Yeah. That's the highest overall live White Sox. Oh, it's Robert. Robert's like 90 something.
Yeah, but that's
Robert,
all on his defense, right?
yeah, Crochet's gold. Moncada's a silver because he hasn't played. Fletcher's a silver because he hasn't played. Clemenger's a silver and they released him, and then everything else is. Yeah, I mean, I don't like. I don't blame Get so much because, like, I mean, I don't think he's doing them great, but like, yeah, if Reinsdorf is gonna do what he's doing, there's just no hope. Like, you get the best GM possible, and there's no saving it. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty brutal situation.
Well, clearly it was the manager's fault.
Yes, yeah, it was definitely the manager who acquired all the players that can't hit and put them in the lineup. He should have just made them hit.
He could fire the hitting coach.
Could fire the hitting coach, I suppose. Though I really think it's much more of a talent issue than a coaching issue. Oh, it gets the farm director. I didn't realize that. Yeah, then but see the thing is I thought when they made the Sale and Eaton trades that they were sort of doing things that made sense, and then somehow it just went horribly wrong. Like at least then they were bad, but like Sale and Eaton were really valuable and they got pretty good returns.
Yeah.
And then it just evaporated somehow.
Well, on this stream, we're always rooting for Tony.
Yeah. On that note, is alcohol a banned substance in Major League Baseball too, or
I think they've now like tried to standardize some of this. Um,
do managers get drug tested?
not based on the performance I've seen.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know what went wrong with them so horribly. Like,
Yeah. Um, who are we playing in this actually? We are playing. Hey, we're gonna make round two.
well, that's a winner. That is a winner.
See, there you go. So we could have started Maddox instead of Maddox, and it would have been fine.
Yes. But in this thing, I think we could start with our position players, and it'll probably be fine.
Okay, that should be the challenge. Can you lose to a Jim Unknown team with a roster?
I think it's impossible, probably, if you well, maybe not. I mean, you're allowed to just no, because they'll still put the guys who need force bench them.
Right.
That's gonna be tough. Like in 24, it might have been more possible, but 25, the Jim Unknowns are so awful. It
I
feels
think it,
really
well, it's
difficult.
because the extra normalization, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know how you try to do that. Like, what would be the approach?
Oh, should we do one more roster, or should we just sort of? Is there any other roster people particularly want to see? Yeah, I'll ask it that way. Because I still got to make like a bunch more rosters. Oh, I should show you the depth chart thing.
Okay, sure.
Just because I think this is a good thing for people to be aware of. Because this will break your rosters if you're not careful. And I think this was introduced somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 weeks ago.
Okay.
Trying to find here. I think this is a good roster that'll show it. No. This is my updated roster. Try to get around it. One sec. Try a different roster that'll show it. We will make this work. Uh, Problem is, I only discovered this after I got knocked out of everything I needed for diamond, so I ended up missing diamond by a point or two.
And that's always unfortunate.
Not really. I don't have the cards to play diamond.
Well, Diamond is weird because there are starting to be some combinator teams, but it's not clear to me that they're. The problem is that you can find combinators, but it's hard to actually find good combinators. Like you can find decent ones. So sometimes it actually turns out to be worse to do it, I think, than to just run the good teas and whatnot.
Yeah.
But
No, okay, this is the wrong one. All right, let me try one more. I need to find the right one. I want to find one where I ran against just right-handed starters. And I know I've seen it because that's how I noticed this. But I should have like flagged which tournament ID it was, right?
yes.
Fortunately, nobody that we know would like only run starters from one side.
No. I never heard of anyone doing that.
Never. Okay, yeah, here we go. So take a look at this depth chart. Okay.
Okay. Yes, I see it. It's a depth chart.
So I've got two catchers here. I've got O'Neill as the starter. I've got Muddy as the backup, and Muddy is also starting at DH.
Great.
And those are my only two catcher eligible players on the roster.
Yes.
And I have a strategy where I'm benching at 96% fatigue.
Fine.
So all pretty standard stuff that we've done a bunch, right?
Yep.
Now, what this should normally do, and what this would have done, like I said, until this came up, is at catcher, for example, it'll try to start Steve O'Neill. But if he's below 96%, it will bench him. So Muddy will be the starting catcher. I guess probably Goose will go to DH and Geyer will go to left field, something like that.
Yeah, or it's not anything I put Sheffield in at DH or something too.
Might do
But
that
it's
instead, yeah.
yeah.
Here's the game log. Okay, this is not the right example either. Because I faced a lefty is the problem. So I need one where I didn't face a lefty, basically. Because see, they put the lefty in here. There's one I can find where I faced only righties. And what happens is when I face only righties, what it's now doing is it wants to sit O'Neill, but it's first locking in the other starting positions. So it's saying Muddy is the DH, then it tries to sit O'Neill, then it says, oh, you have no catchers left on the roster, and so it plays O'Neill and runs him into the ground.
Yeah, that's not a great behavior there.
And this is kind of a new behavior that got introduced. I should see if I can find the example.
Yeah, so Technex, I generally try to avoid the sort of thing where I can, but sometimes it's the best way to construct the roster, and it usually what it'll do sometimes is it'll like have a situation where both O'Neill and Rule are tired, and it will choose the more tired one to play instead of the less tired one, which is annoying. But it doesn't run them into zero, or at least it hasn't before. Well, I mean, I haven't noticed this either because, in all honesty, I don't really look at tournaments that carefully at this point.
No,
Um,
no, I just happened to load into one. I'm like,
sure,
why
yeah,
is my catcher at 0? You know, why is it 0 and still playing? And then yeah.
right. But it would produce two things, where like Rule had gotten to 96 and O'Neill was like at 75, and it would play O'Neill, which is annoying, but it's not like it won't get him to 0. It'll rest Rule, and then it'll play Rule the next game, and things will kind of be bad for 2 games, but it's not the worst. But
You could actually
0%,
argue that might be better because if you run into a situation like that and do it the other way, there's a chance that they're both tired the next game too.
yeah, I mean, if the guy is low down enough, yes, but if he's low down enough
Yeah.
to put 0, it'll be worse. So it's probably, well, it depends on what other cards you got in the roster too, because, but yeah.
Yeah. No, it's yeah. Anyway, that was. So what do you think? Is there any other rosters particularly interesting to build, or
I don't think so, really. I mean, the wild card is the only different one. So if you want to do one that's different, that's the one
all
to
right,
do.
we can build a wild card.
But the rest are all kind of samey. So wild card, I believe, it's like snapshots only, if I remember correctly. Which is a little funny.
And it's a cap.
Yes, but of course not a combinator restricted cap. So it's a lot of strange cards are going to play because really the thing is with this kind of format, probably no one, well, except for maybe the Soul Eagles, will have actually all good combinators to play for it.
Right.
So it ended the roster ended up looking a bit weird.
Ooh, we got another Quadrament. Here we go. I did promise we'd have peak gameplay. Let me see if we've got enough to do this.
Yeah, why not?
Because he has a snapshot.
Oh, I have to switch it to 76.
Oh, we're getting close. 46. We can find another 800 points from something here, right?
Definitely.
Let's see if we can do a lot of clicking and find it. Because the more clicking, the more gameplay. Am I
It's so engaging.
supposed to be using my bagwells as food?
I mean, it's interesting because this is pulling out the card to use them as food on. I guess you probably want to wait for some kind of
Yeah.
like really good Biggio or something like this. I guess.
Okay, hold on. I think I need one more Quadrament is the answer.
I think about the setup properly. I have 76. I have Olympic Stadium. Okay.
All right, here we go. Peak gameplay. It's time. This is what the game's all about. Look at all the clicking we're going to get to do. And most importantly, when we finish this clicking, it's going to be possible to open packs again for a brief period. So you have to consider all of the benefits of this.
Many benefits of clicking.
Yeah.
The thing is, there's some of these cards that like Seacott, for example, who's kind of new and feels pretty necessary for this format, and they're just like probably aren't a lot of combinators that exist. Um, so my guess is that there will not be. My guess is that actually running 26 and this is a kind of big mistake unless you have like you're just buying all the new combinators because you can.
Nobody would do that. All right, here we go. Look at this. 49 cards, peak gameplay right here. Is it going to work?
You can open a whole 8 packs now.
Look at that. We got fireworks and everything.
And now you can open 8 packs, and then you can run to the card limit again.
Yeah. That is it. That is it. Peak gameplay right there.
Oh, I never realized what happens if you press a temp. I never tried this. What happens if you press a temp boost now with no card?
"49 cards have been selected to boost this card to level error. Are you sure you want to continue?" Yes, right?
Yeah, of course. We definitely want to continue. I have no idea what's going to happen. Are we get to level 6? No. Well, that was interesting. I think you're gonna have to quit. That's true. It's an OG24 pack. Yeah, it's true.
Well, I tried to boost my OTP 24 pack into a spotlight, but it failed.
Yeah, it failed. Well, it might. I mean, we don't know if it's failed or not. Really, it's still trying. Oh, there's an error message. Oh, can you read the error message? What does it say?
Invalid or no cards selected.
But it said there were 49 cards selected.
Yes.
Oh, I think you can probably go to other screens right now with this thing still spinning in front of you.
I wonder what the transaction history says on this. Not in there.
It didn't stop spinning. Well, it's not a serious bug, but I think we found a bug.
I tried to boost and all I got is coming OTP 24 pack.
I guess what's really supposed to happen is that that button is supposed to turn into the reset button, but because it's level 5, it doesn't. So it just leaves the old button there. And then somehow it's undefined behavior and it just does that. I guess.
Yeah.
But that's pretty weird.
Yeah.
All right. On that note, time to build a weird stuff.
Well, now we're clearly playing Rob Bruce, who is now at level Quasar.
Yes. See, I was really hoping it would boost Bruce to level 6. But
I wouldn't have put it past him.
That would be funny if you just kept pressing it, you'd get level 7, level 8.
No, but there's only a probability, right? Because you need more points for level 6.
Oh, I guess that's true. That's true. But also, you don't own those cards. Maybe it just error anyway, even if it sort of was able to try.
I mean, it's OTP. Error is the default state.
That's true. I have to say, I am a little surprised the game didn't crash. I thought the crash was a pretty likely outcome.
It really tried to. I thought it was crashing.
No, I thought crash was a pretty likely outcome from that experiment. But
me too.
All right, okay, so what do we got here?
2 real starters. Well, Kuroda probably is.
So my top 5
runnable, right?
Top 5 starters I've got in this format for non-combinator: Tewksbury, Seacott, Evaldi.
Oh wait, the cap is huge in this.
Robbie Erlin? Wow, Robbie Erlin is good here. Okay. Mike Morgan, Ray Caldwell. Noodles Hahn. Wow, these are some weird cards that play.
The cap is huge in this.
Do I have a bug?
Yes.
They have a bug.
But the cap is
That does
huge
not
there.
seem right.
But I am running Tewksbury. I definitely agree on that. I don't even think I own a C-Cot, which tells you how long it's been since I bothered,
Must have a bug. There's no way that could possibly be reasonable.
You can't possibly want to play a card with 37 P Babbitt.
Well, that I definitely want. No, C-Cot is definitely good.
No.
I'm more surprised by Erlin and Noodles Han.
All right. You convinced me. I'll buy C-Cot. Why not?
Let's see.
Let me see. All right. Which combinators can we run? We can run Judge. We can run Trash. Get all the Yankee, chemistry. Because, when you think of Gary Sheffield, you think chemistry, right?
Yeah. Okay. No, I didn't fix it. I don't know what's happening. All right. Well, whatever. This is slightly better. I think I found a
This
little.
is just such a weird build because
All right. Well. Okay.
why
Yeah, I
why
fixed it
would
a
you
little
run
bit.
this format?
Okay. It no longer wants to play those, but still things are okay. Yeah, but the thing is, you're just playing your combinators mostly. Like any combinator of a decent card is gonna like they're two good pitchers. There's Tewksbury and Seacott, and
Yeah,
everyone else is just various levels of bad. So
right.
you have to play Tewksbury and Seacott even if they're not combinators. And then other than that, you just play the combinators you have pretty much. It
Yep.
looks like.
And I probably should run Kuroda actually.
Yeah, Coretta looks fine. I mean, there's some really weird cards it wants to play here that I just never seen anywhere before. Like it thinks Jim Nash is okay. It thinks Noodles Han is still thinks is okay. Yeah, I don't. This is a weird format. What is hot press now? It's a reliever, but that is I don't even know that
I
card.
remember him showing up in some screens a while ago, but um,
Okay, I mean it's bad, but I guess there's just nothing good in this format. All right, let's look at the hitters, I guess, because this pitching seems atrocious.
I can run Roger Bresnahan in center field, right?
I mean, look at this one I have. You have a commentator of him?
Yeah,
Uh,
not a good one,
I
but
guess that's probably decent. Yeah. I mean, my top non-commentator center fielder is Kenny Lofton, even eating the bad VL because he's actually good one way, and that's more than you can say for just about any card in this format.
Bresnahan's good VL.
Yeah, I
Okay,
assume an
okay,
outside
so
press
maybe I
candidate.
put Walkenfuss on the roster then, and Posada's just gonna DH.
This
Or why
format is
not
just
Walkenfuss actually? Why not get
this
both?
format's just super screwy. I mean, this is just a. I think we can say with a great deal of certainty this format was not tested prior to running it.
I think we can say that with a great deal of certainty with pretty much any format.
Now, it says the best catcher is Ray Schalk.
Okay, maybe I'm supposed to run Skip Schumacher at second if I have the combinator.
These cards are weird.
So, question is, do we try to max chemistry here, or do I just run some good cards?
So it wants to play Lip. I think Flip Pike is decent second. Doesn't know just left-handed.
That one, at least I understand, what it's doing, right?
Yeah. No, there's one good shortstop.
Steve
Like, it's
Hunts.
actually just one. No.
This is a weird
So
format. Yeah.
this format basically, if you don't have combinators, everyone's roster is going to look identical because there's like at most positions one or sometimes two good cards. And if you do have combinators, you just play them and don't think. So there's really no manager for which this is an interesting format. Then, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
I don't even have trouble find one good shortstop. I mean, Blue Jays may be
Yeah,
okay.
Blue Jays the only one I have for this being at all
I think
decent.
Blue Jays may be okay.
But you also Blue Jays also the best second baseman probably. So
Like, I mean, he should be on the roster, I guess. So, I mean, the question is, am I supposed to max chemistry when it kind of really hurts to do it?
I guess you can play Larry. But Larry Gardner's the only good third baseman. But you need a combinator infielder for this thing, otherwise you're just sunk. It seems. If you don't have at least one good combinator infielder, you're just no point. Because there's only two cards that are decent, right? Gardner and Blue Jay
Yeah.
are the only reasonable cards.
Well, yeah. Yeah, Combinator's kind of useful.
Because otherwise, I mean, you're just doing some, Kevin
And I still
Seitz
have
or
plenty of space under the
such.
cap because the Combinator thing, right?
Yeah.
So, um,
Yeah, that's somehow the first Blue Jay combinator sold for like nothing, which I didn't quite get. And then I saw there was a big buy order up yesterday. I assume to play this format. Though the card is actually pretty decent anyway.
it's decent, but you know,
Yeah, I mean, there's a buy order of like 100K or something, which is obviously more than you're going to pay for it in general. But definitely the 5K for Silver was really cheap. I really thought it was like 10K.
yeah. This is just, I mean, it's not even clear what I'm supposed to put on the roster to, yeah.
No, the infield is Gardner, Blue Jay, and then there's just nothing else. Like
Well, I
unless you
mean, I was gonna try to not run Gardner Blue Jay, just to use the combinators. I was gonna try to run Schumacher at second, but probably I should run Gardner instead.
like Lip Pike is the best base card as an infielder, but he can't actually play the infield because he's left-handed. So
Right.
that is a bit unfortunate. And then I don't know. There's nothing else. I don't know even what else you'd try to do. It's just
Well, I can run my Combinator Tresh at short, actually. That's
Commodore
the
Trash must
option.
be good at either short or third.
So you run Blue Jay at second, Tresh at third. Sorry, Tresh at short.
Yeah. Well, you can run Trash at third also. It's also probably decent.
No, but he actually gets like 90, gives you like 90 range base even, right? He's like, I mean, about 90 range in total. This is
Yeah.
this is a
No, it's a decent
shortstop.
twist up too.
And then the
Um,
third baseman here becomes,
Gardner, I guess.
yeah, okay, probably I just do need Gardner on the roster is the answer. I was trying to find a way not to have Gardner on the roster, just to save the points, but nah, Gardner's got to be on the roster.
Gaetti, is Gaetti's I didn't think Gaetti was a snapshot. Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought he was like was an unsung hero, I think. I don't have him showing up at least. So if he is, then either my model is, I assume, really horribly wrong or it's not a snapshot. I have to be good if he was eligible.
I'm not sure who's supposed to play center here either, VR. Maybe it's still Bresnahan. Feels like it has to be wrong, doesn't it?
Lofton is actually like okay, a pretty good VR for this, but you obviously need a platoon for him.
Well, I was trying to keep the Combinator chemistry.
Oh, okay.
Maybe there's no choice though.
I mean, you're already losing two of them
Right.
for
And
Tewksbury
you
Seacott.
get some chemistry back because they're all snapshots.
Yes, you do. I mean, it's not going to be a lot. That's 1 point each, so that's what 600 points or something. Yeah,
Yeah, but see, like Gardner's actually getting me 150 points. Actually, where's he getting 150 points from?
probably his teammate with someone for a long time, I guess. mean, I cannot imagine it's from the types. Oh, it's 2 per card type. Okay, so that's more like 1,000 or no, 12, 1,300.
Oh, okay. O'Neill and Seacott.
Oh yeah, I guess
Okay,
that
well then
makes
that
sense.
makes even more sense to keep him.
Yeah, if Seacott Gardner get chemistry, then there is no choice but to play them, even if you know the combinators. I mean,
Yeah, so the issue really is this Bresnahan in center is really bad VR.
can you fit Lofton in?
Sure, I don't think I'm that short in points.
If you can fit Lofton, I think that's what I do. Just he's actually good and does the other side, right? So seems okay.
I mean, it means I don't get 4 catchers on the roster. Do I somehow not own Lofton yet?
Well, can you fit both?
Ah,
So
the
I
answer is that
actually,
I don't own Lofton yet.
okay, well,
So why don't we buy Lofton? All right, we can do it that way. So run Lofton. Schumacher and right axing is fine at high level.
this format is just really really weird. And
Okay, and then I have to find some points to what? How many points do I need to steal? Like 50? So I don't think I needed Ostrowski really, right?
Ostrowski I have as the third best pitcher in the format, but probably not.
All right. Well, where do we find 50 points here? So Bresnahan can go. Probably Cardinal can go. And what else? Well, maybe the answer is I actually don't DH Posada.
Mm, well, you're gonna need platoon for him, so if you don't, depends if you have to
Oh no,
hardcore it or not.
Walkenfuss is the answer then. How about that? Change
Yeah, I guess
Walkenfuss
that.
to just some backup catcher. Like throw Need like Needham also makes the roster then.
Sure.
That's probably fine, right? And I've still got 8 points to like do something. Oh, I guess that's fair. If I'm gonna run Blue G and trash Blue G, really, it has to be the shortstop, doesn't he?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that would make sense.
Actually, I don't need Harris on this roster either, do I?
He's decent backup, I guess. Yeah, but we don't
Yeah,
need
but
him.
I think it's better to run. Maybe it's better to run Chacon.
Yeah, it could be.
Oh, and I can even run Willing. And I run Willingham. That's the answer. Willingham actually fits. So that's the other card, right? Because then the idea is that's sort of the platoon partner,
Right.
right? So then we don't have to run Lofton VL. What we do is we move Brown to center and we run William in left. That works, right?
Yeah, Willingham playing the field is really not great, but
Well, would you rather let Sheffield play right?
probably not.
Because I think those are the options if we want to
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
think. I mean, I could let.
Man,
Okay, I could put Dietrich in left.
this is such a wonky format.
Wonky is such a polite way of saying stupid.
Oh, you know what? Ray Schalk also gets an enormous amount of chemistry with the Seacott Gardner deal.
It's a lot of points to find though if I've already got O'Neill at level 5, right?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I feel like that's just too many points to find. You know, because so I guess he'd be the replacement for Needham, right?
Yep.
So let's say we did that. That's fine. I mean, it's a lot of chemistry. It seems fun.
Yes, PTCS drafts are also nearly perfect. It's just they're slightly different nearly perfect. So you can get to have luck in two different ways, but you get the luck one way or the other.
I don't know Ray Shock either, apparently. Um, okay, so let's say we did that. That's 68. We got to find 20 points. So where do you find 20 points from?
Um, Probably either Passad or Schumacher just leaves.
Plus a little something, yeah. But right now, actually, both are starting VR. And Schumacher both ways.
Then there must be some extra points someplace because that doesn't seem. Well, Eddie Matthews, I guess, is extra. Right, he's not starting.
Matthews, Cardinal, Chacon.
So
But you're getting chemistry from getting the combinators in. Let's try it.
yeah, but I mean, you can probably find some random 40 to stick in just for the chemistry if you really want it.
You're saying shock.
It's like a lot.
Okay, 150. Yeah, okay.
And you also get it on your best pitcher or second best pitcher. So it's
Ostrowski? Okay, so we don't need Chacon, and we don't need Matthews, and I guess 3 points. So maybe we don't need Cardinal. And then in return, Dietrich can come back. Hmm. Dietrich Valentine and like an actual 6 point bench option, I guess. Is that the best way to do it?
oh, there's a 46 Tiny Wagner that also gets a bunch with Gardner and Seacott, but not with
Sure.
Schalk.
Chemistry and the guy's named Heine?
He doesn't eat because it's from the Red Sox part of Seacott and Gardner, not the White Sox. So he doesn't get Schalk, but I mean the card's awful, but you know.
Yeah, but if I get chemistry and the guy's named Heine, I mean, how can I not?
Right.
Right? I mean, think
Yeah, of
about it.
course.
And he walks. So he's got all three. I mean, you know, how can we not go for this, right?
Yeah.
All right, I think we did it. Uh, I've still got like 5 more rosters to build, but I don't think I'm gonna get around to building them.
Fair enough.
Anything else we should do before we give up on streaming for a bit? PTS draft.
Uh,
Oh, we didn't actually do the PTCS draft, did we?
you could do a PCS draft, yeah.
All right, we could do that. That sounds fair. Guess I should
Hmm.
output this just to be safe, right? Just so when things break, you know. How did we decide this was a good format idea?
Because the people who would have known if it was a good format idea or not didn't get asked.
You seem to make a compelling point. Yes. All right, here we go. PTCS Daily.
Wait, which one is this? Because it's actually important.
Uh,
Because
um,
is this a 76 one or the 84 one?
I'll check in a second.
Because they're actually somewhat different years. They're not like the
1984.
same. Okay.
1984, still LA Coliseum, very
Yeah,
right-handed.
1984 always is LA Coliseum this time around.
All right. All right, should we do this? It's another nearly perfect.
Sure.
Oh boy, this is going to be thrilling.
Hannes Wagner. Hannes
Come
Wagner.
on, Hannes. Wait, but it's round one, so it's nearly perfect, but it's not based on position now, or it
No,
is?
it's just straight up 95 to 102 in every round. 2 cards each round out of 12. Out of 12, at least, is better than out of 6. If this is out
All
of 6,
right,
it's
here we
super, super luck
go.
based.
Let's see what we can do.
Out of 12 is actually not so awful.
All right. Well,
Out of 12 is not so awful. Well, so
very first
Williams
card I
is
see, I like. That's a good sign.
William, and then I guess it has to be Bazana, right? Because it's just the
I
new
think
one.
it's Bazana. I mean, Eddie Collins probably just isn't quite as good as Bazana in this format, right?
No, definitely not. This is actually a really unfortunate round because this means you can't get the good Andrew Miller.
It's true. Yeah, it's true. I
So
can't get the good Andrew Miller, but
it could be worse than Williams Bazana.
Williams Bazana, I'm pretty happy with. Yeah,
That's not
I think
awful.
that's a perfectly good start, or a nearly perfectly good start. All right. Well, we're also not getting the good Spawn. We're also not getting the
No,
good Pujols.
well, there isn't a good Pujols, so
Well,
that's.
you know.
Um, so I guess this is
Probably is
John
Riley
Riley,
by default.
and then maybe still
Is it
Pujols or
Green?
Sean
Yeah, I was gonna say, is
Green.
it Green?
Could be Tommy Bridges. I don't hate Tommy Bridges.
I never
He's
liked the
probably
guy. I
not
mean, back in
great
the 1930s,
era.
I really hated him.
Yeah, who,
I
who
mean, he's
would?
got the reverse splits aren't bad.
No, I mean it's a decent card, and actually the fact that this is basically like an open or similar can play similar to an open, I assume will mean that his stuff is going to be relatively important, even though it's 1984.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, maybe we go Bridges then.
I mean, I don't. It's hard to say exactly how things will work in this because um, it's not clear why that happens, but it's not clear to me at least.
Could
I
be
guess.
Carr. I think Bridges is a good hedge.
No, I don't think Carr is ever good. Carr,
Bridges is probably a good hedge. Because the other thing is all the rounds are of similar quality, so you sort of want to be taking like a proportion of pitchers as you go.
yes, yes, in theory. I mean, if you don't get them, you don't get them. You kind of have to take the ones that are good, and you get. But
All right, come on, Hannes. All right, this is a rough round.
um,
So I'm thinking it's Broxton.
so we also now can't get the good Griffey.
Yeah. Okay, maybe is
Um,
it just like Reyes Broxton?
I think maybe Sal is just to get the catcher out of the way. There's some really bad high diamond catches you could hit. And at least he's not a disaster.
It's not great. We've only seen 3 of 12 though, right?
Yeah. So Dennis Reyes is,
I'm
I
thinking
don't
it's
know.
Reyes
I assume
Broxton
Broxton is
because they're
better than
just
Reyes,
both
but maybe both.
just
Yeah.
because Reyes Broxton are both at least going to be rosterable.
Yeah. I mean, Broxton is definitely not a great
No, he's
card for
not.
this, but
I'm
no,
thinking
Reyes
I'm
isn't either
thinking
really.
that's better than because Sawa sort of locks you into a bad catching option, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is sort of, I guess this is kind of
Because the framing
like,
just doesn't play in 84.
yeah, I mean, this is sort of assuming that you're going to hit one of Gibson, McCarver, Mauer, Posey, and those guys are going to be your starter both ways, unless you hit another one.
Right.
Um, but yeah, I don't know.
I think maybe just go Broxton.
Okay, yeah, sure.
We'll roll the dice a bit. I mean, you're trying to hit something good.
Yeah, I mean, really want to hit two of those four, I guess. So, all right, Gwyn, that's an
Well,
easy one,
so always take the 101, clearly.
and then probably just Ed Walsh.
So it's probably Walsh, but we should think a little bit about if it's Garinger.
Yeah. Can you are PTCS eligible in this? Does anyone know? Is it possible to hit Joe Morgan?
I don't think you can get Morgan, but you should be able to get,
You get Hornsby and you get Dunlap.
yeah.
But can you get Morgan? I guess is the
Well, the
question.
question, but I mean, Bazana is listed at second, but you'd maybe rather play him in the outfield.
No, Bazana isn't great. I mean, he's a decent second baseman, but he doesn't seem great.
I mean,
Didn't see
Garinger's a
any.
viable league second baseman.
No, Gehringer's not
He
awful.
gets
He's a,
better
he's a
early years. I think it's Garinger then, right?
okay.
I
I mean, Walsh is
mean,
actually good. I don't know. Walsh is a pretty good pitcher. Like,
yeah, it is a starter who's gonna be throwing complete games in the 80s.
yeah. Oh, I guess they don't want to have PTCS rewards in because that means you could get Guerrero and Arrieta and Larkin before they're released.
Yeah, and then you'd have the problem that if you got Guerrero and Hannes, you wouldn't be able to play Guerrero anywhere, and you get frustrated.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's pretty close, I guess. I think I'd probably lean towards Walsh, especially he's having already seen a quarter of your starters.
Yeah,
But
maybe
you
it's
did.
safer.
So maybe
I feel a little silly
wait, no,
turning
but
down this combination with Garinger.
no, I agree. No, okay, but Tula's PTMS though, so it doesn't necessarily. I guess that could be on the other one off. I don't know. Um, it seems very close to me.
Yeah, I agree. So where do we rank Walsh among pitches in this format?
I think. Oh,
Like
actually, I have it up.
10th-ish? 10th-ish, something like that?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've got him. But Arrieta may or may not be eligible, so it could be 11.
So maybe that is just too good to turn down.
Maybe, yeah. It seems close because like if you hit Morgan or Dunlap, you're going to be really sad and have Garinger.
All right, let's do this, and otherwise Bazana, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay, well,
Roland is
Roland's
101,
good. Okay,
and then
Hampton's an option. Tomey's an option. Well, Tomey's really not an option if with
maybe
Roland.
Nishek even.
Nishek's the best card. Yeah, I guess we can still defer the starter and just go. Yeah. All right, let's just do that.
Like it's unfortunate to see Bender in Hampton, but you know.
Well, you don't really see Bender. I mean, look at that face.
Yeah, true. Fair enough. All right, well, this is what we got then. At least Roland's good.
Okay, we got several
Okay.
legitimate options here.
So it's always Tanana.
It's always Tanana, but okay, so Thomas is a solid option. Goose might just be huge in this format.
He can't start though. He's not. But I feel like it's got to be Thomas. I don't love it. Preacher Row has got to be too
We could
bad.
also
Right?
run Scales at second.
I don't Scales. I don't think Scales is better than Bazana.
90 range, but 87 DP.
Yeah. I think I just want to take Thomas and just say he's a good hitter and put him in.
Probably. Yeah, and we have a DH.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean we don't know when enjoyer if PT says enjoyed is included or not. I don't think there was an announcement, and there certainly isn't anything in the game which says. So
All right, let's do this. I mean, yeah,
I
this
think it's
looks
great.
close enough.
Yeah, Gwyn is good.
Okay.
Okay,
Pedro's
well,
fine.
Pedro is good, and probably it's just Heilman, right? Unless it's Charlie Bennett
Unless it's
take the
Bennett.
catcher.
Unless it's
Yeah,
Bennett.
Bennett is decent. Bennett is decent, and it is a little awkward to take Heilman when we already have DH and first base filled because he's not really a right fielder.
No. Might be a better bat than Riley, though.
Yeah, maybe it's just Bennett. Maybe it's just Bennett because we're not
If it's
improving that much. We
Heilman, it's
still,
basically to sit Riley.
yeah, we still have first baseman to come, right? We could hit Helton, we could hit McGriff, we could hit other stuff, I guess. Well, mainly those two. Is there anything else?